Established in 1994 by the government of the Bahamas, Parliamentary Channel 40 broadcasts gavel-to-gavel coverage of the proceedings of both houses of Parliament, providing up-to-date information, including live interviews and historical data on the workings of one of the most important branches of government.
Welcome to the Parliamentary Channel's live coverage of the Senate. As expected this morning, there are no Free National Movement senators in the chamber. PLP will be debating a number of bills today, among them the stem cell bill that was passed recently in the House of Assembly, also the National Training Agency bill. The Senate itself read for the first time some 7 bills, all related to intellectual property, protection of plant species, trademarks. So quite a number of bills to be debated beginning today. We're not sure how many days they're going to meet. Today for sure, quite possibly tomorrow. We don't know if they're going to come back next week. But again, we'll find out soon enough what they're going to do. Again, no F&M senators in the chamber today. Senators speaking with the leader of the opposition business in the Senate several days ago, the Honorable Desmond Bannister, says, no, we haven't changed our position. We're going to stay out as long as our leader is out. And the leader of the Free National Movement, of course, Dr. Hubert Minnis, the Member of Parliament for Kalani, has been suspended, named and suspended from the House for 2 sittings. He's already spent one of them out. And so when the House returns in October, he will have to be out one more day. And so no F&M senators in the chamber. Let's join them, though, as they prepare for this morning's session.
There was a wave of movement across the world for self-determination for people of African color and African descent, up and down and around the world. The Bahamas is now entering into that stage. In fact, we came to the conversation a bit late. Just Jamaica had been there for a while, Trinidad had been there for a while, Barbados had been there for a while. But we stepped up to the stage, and this was the time in which these great changes were taking place.
You are the light. City. Neither do men light a lamp and put it under a bushel, but on a stand, give light to all in the house. Let your light so shine before men, they may see your good works. Give glory to your Father who is in heaven. The word of the Lord. Let us pray. Merciful God, we commend ourselves and all who need your help and correction. Where there's hatred, give love. Where there's injury, pardon. Where there's doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there's sadness, joy. Where there's darkness, light. Grant that we may not seek so much as to be consoled as to console, understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. And it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen. God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, great shepherd of the sheep, through the blood of the everlasting covenant, make you perfect in every way to do his will, doing that is well-pleasing in his sight, for your glory, for the good of all our people. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chaplain. It's always, I say it, but I can't say it enough, we're always so inspired by those words. And this is certainly a day to let our light so shine before men that they will see our good works and glorify our Father who is in heaven, because we are here really to be that light and to be persons who can be emulated and persons who really do works that would speak to the glory of God. When you sit in Parliament, you should always be conscious of that. And with those inspiring words from our chaplain, then we begin our order of this day.
Madam President, I move the acceptance of the minutes at the meeting of the Senate on Wednesday, the 14th of August, 2013.
Second. It is moved and seconded that the minutes of the sitting of this chamber on the 14th day of August 2013 be accepted as they have been circulated. As many as are in favor should say aye. Aye. Opposers, nay. The ayes have it and the minutes are adopted. Motion for leave of absence, leave to resign, swearing in of new senators, communication by the President. This morning I do have just a very brief communication which I wish to say to senators, and that is I want to ask that we extend our deepest sympathy to the family of a great Bahamian patriot who passed this week in the person of Mrs. Cheryl Gomez. And on behalf of us all, someone who served this country quietly but well and did her best to play a significant role in the short time that God spared her to be among us. And so on behalf of us all, I would wish to extend our deepest sympathy to Mr. Paul Andy Gomez, to Adrian and Paul, her children, and to her entire family. Messages from the Governor General, messages from the House of Assembly, laying of documents by ministers, communication by ministers, communication by senators, questions, answer to questions, presentation of petitions, appointment of select committees, reports of committees, first reading of bills, second reading and committal of bills.
Madam President, I just, before what we've agreed, Madam President, with your commission, is that the entire compendium of bills that is now before us will be debated as one. And so, with your permission, I will move the second reading and committal of the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill. We will, as usual, whenever we have a compendium, debate the entire compendium. And then at the end of that debate, Madam President, go through the formalities of the second reading and committal of all of the bills, and the third reading and passing, the usual other formalities. If I could get your permission. permission to us proceeding in that way, please, Madam President?
Certainly, Madam Government Leader, yes.
Thank you. So with that then, Madam President, I rise, Madam President, to move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to provide for the conduct and regulation of stem cell research and therapy in the Bahamas and for connected purposes. Madam President, as I rise to make my presentation in support of the motion, I wish to note for the record, Madam President, that all of the senators that have been appointed by the Progressive Liberal Party that are in the jurisdiction or in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, I say that because the Vice President is actually traveling. But everybody else, and sorry, Mr. Frank Smith is also traveling. Everybody else is here, Madam President, present to do the people's business, Madam President. And as you and as His Lordship Bishop Thompson has said, to conduct ourselves in a way that demonstrates all of the qualities that were stated by our Lord and Savior in the Sermon on the Mount, and to give God the glory. So it is with a deep sense of humility, Madam President, that I rise on the second bill, very important to the future of our country. Before I actually, also, Madam President, before I go into my substantive presentation, but a part of my presentation, Madam President, when I was out exercising this morning, colleagues, somebody said to me, now Allison, make sure and let the Bahamian people know that Dem, those were the words used, are not serious. I asked the person what they meant. And you know, when you're out exercising in the morning, you know the clock is on, you're trying to hurry and get home and get ready to get to work, but I had to stop. The person asked me, do I know Cher, the singer Cher? And I was wondering if that was a trick question, because anybody who knows Cher must be getting old or something, right? So I admitted that I do know Cher. And do I remember Cher's song, Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves? Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves, right? So the person said, well, think about it. In that song is the epitome, illustrates hypocrisy. They call us gypsies, tramps, and thieves, but every night all the men will come around and lay their money down. The epitome of hypocrisy. And they said that should be the theme for the F&M. Hypocrites. And why, Madam President? I have in my hand minutes of a meeting on a proposal for stem cell therapy in the Bahamas held on Wednesday, the 6th of April, 2011, at the Ministry of Health in the conference room. Now, it's important, Madam President, that we note for the record, don't take it for granted that everybody recognizes that on that day, the Minister of Health was Hubert Alexander Minnis, the now leader of the opposition. He was present at that meeting, Madam President, as were the then Permanent Secretary, the lawyer for the proposers, Senator the Honorable Lynn Holler-Wesker, who was then the President of the Senate, an investment analyst, and a medical professional. And what was the purpose of the meeting? To discuss a proposal for stem cell therapy in the Bahamas. The very thing that they say they're opposing. It was. And listen, the proposals were actually the people who were approved to operate in Freeport under the F&M, where there was no regulatory regime in place in 2011. Here we are now talking about putting in place a regulatory regime, and without there being a regulatory regime, Hubert Alexander Minnis supported. Let me tell you what he said. The minister noted that the U.S. FDA is usually this proposal had not been and still doesn't have the FDA support. The FDA is usually behind Europe in approving new procedures. Don't worry about that. He explained that in the Bahamas, the documentation for this procedure has to go to the Ethics Committee for its review, and that if the procedure is improved in Europe, the Bahamas usually follows. Does that sound like a man who's opposed to stem cell therapy to you?
Not at all.
In the cabinet, the Minister of Health. Subsequently, on December the 16th, on Ministry of Health letterhead, a letter went out approving the treatment, that project, and on March 26, 2012, another letter went out approving the transfer of the interest of one person to another. That's just before the election in March 2012. So, Madam President, gypsies, tramps, and thieves is very pertinent because very clearly the Hubert Alexander Minnis, who was at that meeting, who was the Minister of Health when this project was approved without a regulatory regime, can I say fix his mouth to say that he's opposed to stem cell treatment when the evidence is quite clear. But thank God, Madam President, that May 7, 2012 came along that would allow for a regulatory regime that would protect the name of the Bahamas and protect others also and advance the Bahamas, Madam President, to the new era in medical research and therapy is now in place. So, Madam President, it's a new day for the Bahamas. It is the dawn of an exciting era. And I say, thank God for that, and thank God for the vision and commitment to excellence that is exemplified by the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Perry Gladstone Christie. Who, by the way, Madam President, as it's amazing. I don't believe in coincidences, being a believer myself, Madam President. As we speak today about visionary leadership, do you know where the Prime Minister is? Our Prime Minister? Yes. He's in Washington, D.C., speaking on the ball, Madam President, at the 50th anniversary of the I Have a Dream speech, which was delivered at the March on Washington, where we are celebrating the speech that was delivered by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, who is being acknowledged today in history as the, not an architect, the architect of the modern America. And guess who's the only non-U.S. citizen speaking on that occasion? Perry Gladstone Christie. Not just me, not just us who have been appointed, Madam President, by the Prime Minister. The persons in the greatest country in the world, the United States of America, are honoring our Prime Minister as a visionary leader. This landmark bill and the regime that it creates, the regulatory regime, opens up a new frontier for medical research and therapy, for the promotion and advancement of science and the promotion and study of biomedical ethics and related subjects, and so many other related areas, Madam President, colleagues. When I sat down and I asked the medical practitioner, just tell me all the areas. I mean, they were just being listed off. Manufacturing of petri dishes, manufacturing of anything you can use in a lab. Anything that's used in a lab, anything that's related to what you use in a lab. I mean, Madam President, when we look back 50 years later, we will say this was a day. And that is why I'm so disappointed also, Madam President, that those on the other side who ought to have been here today lending their voices to this important debate and letting Bahamians see that we are all together on building a better Bahamas, have failed to seize such an important opportunity, Madam President, and I cry shame on them. Well, Madam President, colleagues, what are stem cells? Now, I have to say that I'm not Dr. Hubert Alexander Minnis, quite obviously. I am not a doctor, but I would have thought that the man who approved the project, the doctor, would have at least taken the opportunity to tell people what are stem cells. So thank God for something called French for Dummies and Spanish for Dummies and this and that for Dummies. I read up to see whether there was a stem cell for dummies. And guess what? There is on Google. Thank God for Google. So what did they say? Stem cells are the body's master cells. The body's master cells. They can renew themselves. The process is called self-renewal. And they can also make a variety of other kinds of cells. They'd also said, if you read up the articles, now, there's nothing that we need to be afraid of or confused about with stem cell therapy, because people have been, scientists and doctors have been working using stem cell therapy for decades, for more than 40 years. When you think about it, when you have a blood marrow transplant, a bone marrow transplant, that is stem cell therapy. And I really didn't know that. You know why? Because in the bone marrow, yes, there are these master cells. Yes. Reading, I discovered that blood cells actually are not regenerated. They are destroyed. And there's so much stem cells in the bone marrow that when your cells die, your blood cells die, these master cells can become red blood cells. Right. They can become white blood cells. They can become platelets. Now, I'm not going to go too far because I may sound like I think I'm a doctor. But the point is that God created this wonderful body, thank you, where these master cells know when they need to regenerate into something that enables us to have life. And that's what bone marrow transplant has been all about. And they've been doing it for decades. And it's been used to treat blood disorders. So, and the thing about it is that when a bone marrow transplant is effected, we see new blood cells being produced within 10 days to 6 weeks. This is important because it shows the potential for stem cell therapy in other areas, and I'm going to come to that in a minute. Skin grafts, Madam President. Again, the skin cells destroy very easily. And the skin has lots of stem cells, these master cells in the skin. And so the reason that skin grafts that have been done for decades work is that they just move skin from another part of your body and put it there. And these stem cells start to regenerate to create skin. So I was so grateful for stem cell, my quick stem cell lesson for dummies, because, Madam President, because I recognized that here we are now on the frontier of medicine, trying to understand how these cells can actually be utilized to change people's quality of life. It's accessible to us as we speak. There's no mystery. It's going on now as we speak. It's touching our lives, Madam President, as we speak. The thing about stem cells is that they have the ability, as the sites say, to genetically be coaxed into another type of cell. So, Madam President, it just gives, it's mind-boggling, the opportunity that stem cells present. And we are well-placed, Madam President, to participate in this new frontier of medicine. And this is something that the persons who share spoke about were well aware of when this project was approved by the then Minister of Health, who's now pretending to oppose it. There are ethical issues involved, Madam President, and that is why it's so important to have a regulatory regime. And that is what this bill and these regulations that will be promulgated create. The government is not prepared, Madam President, to allow people to set up stem cell treatment and therapy in the Bahamas without there being in place a regulatory regime that meets the highest international standards. I repeat, that the project that the FNM approved when Hubert Alexander Minnis was the Minister of Health and the entire FNM cabinet approved it, the National Economic Council approved it. Let me read you this bit so you can really understand. The conclusion of the minute. Senator Holowesco informed that she will guide the process to and through the National Economic Council, and the investors indicated that they will send their data to the ministry. So they all fully understood, and the cabinet was right there. In fact, it was at the highest level right where you sit, Madam President, where you sit now. The President of the Senate understood it and represented the people. So I really don't understand how they could push. I'm so glad that I was taught this morning. I'm reminded of that song. Y'all gypsies, tramps, and thieves. Y'all go check out the words. Madam President, and you know how life is? Since we passed this bill, since we tabled this bill, I've spoken to the Freeport investor, and they congratulated the Christie regime, the Christie government, and said they're happy that there is a regulatory regime in place. The very investor. Remember now, the Prime Minister, this government stopped the project and said you cannot proceed until a regulatory regime that it meets the highest international standards is in place. And the investor agreed and said, congratulations, we're glad you did it. The investor themselves said that. In approving that project, Madam President, the government, the FNM was reckless. They were reckless about the country's reputation, and they showed reckless disregard for the health and safety of those who would be treated there, including Bahamians. There was wide consultation, Madam President, in setting up this world-class regime represented by this bill. During April and May this year, this bill, and the committee set up, Madam President, to promulgate the bill and to engage in consultation, visited stakeholders in New Providence and Grand Bahama. Let me name the stakeholder groups: senior physicians, College of the Bahamas science lecturers, the Bahamas Nurses Association, the Grand Bahama medical stakeholders, the Bahamas Medical Association, the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce, the Bahamas Dental Association, and the Bahamas Christian Council. And I want to emphasize the Bahamas Christian Council because there are ethical issues. And let me say, Madam President, because the Attorney General's office, together with the Ministry of Health, drove this entire process. The consultants that we engaged to assist us in preparing this bill and the regulations that support the regime were consultants, Madam President, that had been involved in preparing the regulatory regime in other jurisdictions, including the United States of America and Canada. So this isn't something we drug up out of our own heads. We consulted the best in the world. We know the U.S. regulatory regime is very strict, and we know that the Canadian regime, although flexible, is also strict. So this regime, I want to emphasize, meets the highest international standards. And to illustrate that, when the Prime Minister visited the University of Miami to ask the then President Donna Shalala, let me just get the details of that visit. I was going to come to that later, but let me go to it right now. President of the University of Miami, Donna Shalala, was, as you remember, Madam President, the former Secretary of Health and Human Services under the Clinton administration. Present at that meeting was the Dean of the University of Miami Miller School of Medicine, Dr. Pascal Goldschmidt, and the Chief Science Officer and Senior Associate Dean for Experimental and Regenerative Therapeutics, and Director of the Interdisciplinary Stem Cell Institute, Dr. Joshua Hare. They all, Madam President, congratulated the Bahamas on its regime and unhesitatingly agreed to support the Bahamas in implementing the regime and to find ways in which the University of Miami now, an academic institution of the highest repute, that has in its institution an interdisciplinary stem cell institute, as well as one for regenerative therapy, agreed immediately to cooperate and also to find ways to collaborate. And let me say, Madam President, for the record, that Dr. Hare has since been to the Bahamas, and we are progressing smoothly in finding those ways of cooperation and collaboration. We are moving forward for the benefit of Bahamians, Madam President. Back to the Bahamas Christian Council. Madam President, we in the Office of the Attorney General, together with the Ministry of Health Professionals, met twice with the Christian Council, and we also met with Civil Society Bahamas. I was present myself in both meetings with the Christian Council. They had lots of questions. By the way, it wasn't just the formal officers of the Christian Council present. Archbishop Patrick Pinder of the Catholic Church was also present. We had Bishop Leish Boyd also present. We had Bishop Neil Ellis. We had others as well, Madam President, who are not officers of the Bahamas Christian Council. We made every effort to ensure that all of their questions were answered, Madam President. And let me say, and I asked the Bahamian public to note, that I know I haven't heard any word of objection from them about this bill. And that is because the doors are wide open to give information. We want to create something that is acknowledged as a regulatory regime that meets the highest international standards. We believe we have created it. We are grateful for the involvement of the Bahamas Christian Council and all of the stakeholders who were consulted in assisting us to create this regime, and we regret that the FNM has not been present to participate, Madam President, in building the Bahamas as those other stakeholders have done, joined us in hand in hand, building our wonderful country. The goal of the bill is to make the Bahamas a highly respected world leader in stem cell research and therapy. And it deals with all aspects of stem cell research and therapy, including clinical research in humans, non-clinical research, which would be in animals and in vitro, and treatment in humans. Now, it's really important, Madam President, I just want to highlight three main aspects of the bill and the regulations. One is that there are layers of committee oversight, Madam President. The first is and possibly, well, certainly very important, I won't say the most important, is the National Stem Cell Ethics Committee. The National Stem Cell Ethics Committee, which will be comprised of highly qualified and respected national and international leaders and recognized experts. I want to underscore this, Madam President, because the people who will be invited to sit on the National Stem Cell Ethics Committee are people who are internationally recognized experts and nationally recognized experts. These are people who value their good name, Madam President. They're not going to take risks and cut corners, Madam President, to ruin their good names and their good reputations. And they recognize that the Bahamas is serious about creating a regime, Madam President, that meets the standards that they hold so near and dear to their hearts. And that is the highest international standards. There will also be scientific review committees, Madam President, and also ethics committees, layers of committees. There will also be substantive, the second important aspect, substantive procedural safeguards and requirements. The bill prohibits 9 procedures, Madam President, such as those that involve creating and then destroying human embryos. I want to pause here. This was very important to almost everybody to be consulted. I want to say almost everybody because there were some persons who felt that because embryonic stem cells are more potent, I think is the correct word, than adult stem cells, that the Bahamas ought to open itself to the opportunity of utilizing embryonic stem cells. We have made it very clear that that is not a path that we wish to go down. So we prohibit procedures that involve creating and then destroying human embryos. We prohibit human reproductive cloning. This is very important, Madam President. It was explained to me that the stem cells have the potential, because they can be manipulated to become another type of cell. It was explained to me that it is not beyond the realm of our imagination. In fact, tests have already been done on animals, that stem cells can be utilized to create a bladder or a kidney. Now, those of us who have these non-communicable diseases like pressure and sugar and all of that in the Bahamas know that your bladder is frequently impacted. So we can imagine the potential of creating a bladder using stem cells. So we don't have to wait for transplant. Can you imagine that? But we want to be careful that we don't overstep the ethical bounds and go into cloning. And that is why I emphasize cloning is prohibited under this regime. And also, Madam President, prohibited are any procedures that inappropriately combine human and animal materials. So we don't see any combining of human and animal materials. We also have an important, robust regime for licensing and inspection. Labs and treatment facilities must be licensed and regularly inspected. And for those who say, well, where are we going to get the people to do it? Yes. That's why we have the University of Miami at the table helping us.
Amen.
They are going to help us not just with initially the licensing and inspection. They're going to help us train. You know how many young Bahamian scientists we have out there, Madam President? They're going to train our young people, have our young people understand. There's a whole new frontier. Remember Salimna's book about the new frontier? Here we are now. Here we are now talking about a medical and scientific new frontier. You understand how big that is? And that is why it's such a shame, Madam President, that the Bahamian people can't hear the voices of Her Majesty's loyal opposition.
Can't be loyal.
But again, you cannot be loyal. You all don't laugh about it. You know why you can't be loyal? But on the one hand, you sign and say, yes, go ahead, without a regulatory regime, and then somehow or the other, you find a way to oppose what you already approved. What's that all about? Go listen to the words of Cher's song, Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves. Listen to it. Madam President, so there's licensing and inspection. Then we have these regulations. Very importantly, the regulations require that donors and patients be given informed consent. So, you know how they have the small fine print? Informed consent means that you understand fully what you're doing. It has to be properly explained what's happening. It mandates reimbursement of donor costs and compensation for injuries. It mandates the levels of committee review. And importantly, it imposes requirements on the storage, labeling, transport, disposal of, etc., of stem cells. This is a regime that meets the highest international standards. Equally, the third important point, Madam President, is that the regime has a section that deals with enforcement and accountability. The Minister of Health will be able to suspend the operation of a licensed stem cell facility or lab. The bill prohibits the export of stem cells unless approved in writing by the National Ethics Committee. Failure to comply with the act or the regulations constitutes an offense that is punishable by a fine of $500,000, no small fine, with very serious, highest international standards, or imprisonment of 10 years, or both. Very serious. The National Committee must give regular annual reports, and those reports must be laid before Parliament.
Amen.
You know what laid before Parliament means, colleagues? The people of the Bahamas will know what's happening in this regime that is fully open and transparent. It's for the benefit of Bahamians, which is why this government is doing it, and the people will be able to see in an annual report what's happening in the Bahamas in relation to stem cell therapy and treatment. Now, are there going to be economic benefits? Is it sustainable? Of course it is. Of course it is, Madam President. Of course it is, colleagues. We're going to ensure that there's scientific review, and the Ethics Committee comprises people of the highest caliber, as I've indicated. And we believe that persons who want to make investments here, well, what can we say? If you're not prepared to answer to the Ethics Committee and to meet the standards, we're not interested in having you in the Bahamas. It's as simple as that.
Simple.
Quite simple. Young researchers, Bahamian young researchers or international ones, we can see our scientists collaborating with labs here in the Bahamas, with labs in universities abroad, Madam President, pursuing a career in science. Madam President, and as I said, when it comes to the regulatory regime and actually putting resources behind it, we already have the commitment of the University of Miami to assist us in this regard. Licensing is going to bring additional revenue that will enable us to train persons to be inspectors, self-funding. We will have opportunities for young Bahamian scientists and entrepreneurs, growing business, growing entrepreneurship. And we will attract a world-class stem cell industry that will create and undergird and support, and I know undergird means support, I just want to emphasize it, medical tourism.
Amen.
And you know the potential revenue that is derived from medical tourism. If you don't believe me, colleagues, Madam President, go online and check out Orlando, the world's leading destination, even beat out Las Vegas, is branching heavily into medical tourism, recognizing the tremendous revenue that comes from medical tourism. Now, if Orlando could have traditional tourism facilities and medical combined, why can't we in the Bahamas, Madam President? Isn't it a no-brainer? But the FNM can't get it because they just don't believe in Bahamians.
No.
They can't conceive of the Bahamas being a world leader because they don't believe in Bahamians. Bahamians are ready for this, Madam President, and they're going to get it. Now, on the particular point of medical tourism and scientists and development, there is some controversy surrounding stem cell research, Madam President, and that is why, responsibly, the Christian Council was so engaged and pressing in this matter and asking a lot of questions. Madam President, we will recall that in 1996, in the United States, there was a lot of debate surrounding embryonic stem cell. You remember that Superman and had this for funding, Christopher Reeves, thank you. You know, what do you do for spinal cord injury and all of that, right? And there was concern about using these very potent embryonic stem cells. And there was a restriction placed on using embryonic stem cells as and it being funded.
Yes.
Okay? In 2001, President George Bush put a further restriction on federal support of embryonic stem cell research. And he said then that only the 22 lines of registered stem cells that have been created from embryonic stem cells could be used in the future. Only 22 lines. And in 2009, President Obama opened up the support of federal research on the same 22 lines. So these are existing, recorded in the United States from way back to 1996, stem cell lines. On these stem cell lines, Madam President, in the event that there is the opportunity for a young Bahamian scientist, or it doesn't have to be young, a Bahamian scientist, to collaborate with an American scientist out of a U.S. well-recognized lab or university, Madam President, the bill does reserve the capacity, the discretion, for the National Ethics Committee and the minister to agree that when that unique opportunity presents itself, if and when, and only then, those 22 lines, and its research in relation to those 22 lines that have been registered in the United States of America, then and only then, under this regime, we can use, this bill regime, we can use those lines that were created originally from embryonic stem cells. But you must prove that you have gone to that registry, and the Ethics Committee of the United States or your relevant jurisdiction, our Ethics Committee, there are layers and layers and layers of proofs that you must go through. But we don't want to deprive ourselves, Madam President, of having the opportunity of developing a future Bahamian Nobel Prize winner. We have Rhodes Scholars, 3.
Yes.
We have. Some people say 3. Some people say 5, Madam President. So Arthur folks said we have 5, actually. But let's be the 3 on our stamp. If we can have Rhodes Scholars, why can't we have a Nobel Prize winner? Why in 50 years we can't think of a Bahamian being a Nobel Prize winner? We have Bahamians at NASA. We have Bahamians at Sloan Kettering. We have Bahamians in universities and labs and scientific institutes all over the world. And under this regime, we are contemplating the possibility of those Bahamians using this regime to have Nobel Prize winners, Madam President, utilizing in this new day, in this new era, the regime that is being created here in the Bahamas today, that we are debating today. I have a dream, Madam President. Thanks be to God. Thanks be to God. Now, Madam President, I want to go back to show that it's not so far away from us. It's not this idea. I talk about a Nobel Prize winner down the road. Stem cell therapy treatment is right here with us today. I have here, Madam President, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages, 6 pages, 7, 8, 9 pages of diseases that can be treated by stem cell therapy are being done today. Okay? Most of them are blood diseases. Remember I told you about the blood marrow transplant. You remember Robin Roberts on Good Morning America had a blood marrow transplant. That's stem cell therapy. These pages, primarily blood diseases and some cancers, sarcomas, treated by stem cell therapy. So we're not talking about something that is so far and untouchable, Madam President. Imagine opposing. Who in their right mind, unless they were a hypocrite who approved something and then want to change their mind, would deprive Bahamians of the opportunity of treating diseases that we experience in the Bahamas today? Why should Bahamians be deprived of that opportunity? Isn't that an example of people who just don't believe in Bahamians? Right. Just don't believe in Bahamians. Thank God for the internet. I was able to narrow something that stem cells, 10 diseases that stem cells might someday cure or at least help treat. So even if you can't find a cure, you can treat the diseases. Spinal cord injury. I spoke about Superman, Christopher Reeve, happening now. Diabetes. You know how many Bahamians have diabetes? And they saying they don't want you with your diabetes to be treated right here in the Bahamas. And you know what else they're saying? You know when you go on TV and you see people or you're solicited on the internet or in magazines to be a part of a research group, right? That's not strange. Why do we have to go to America to be a part of a research group? Why can't we stay right here in the Bahamas? We got smart Bahamians. We have smart people who want to link up with Bahamians. They have our research, stem cell research and therapy in the Bahamas. They want to deprive Bahamians of that. That sound like believing in Bahamians to you?
Not at all.
Heart disease. Now this is the ultimate, Madam President. Here's Dr. Minnis asking all kind of questions. This project that Dr. Minnis and Senator Holloway were involved in is a heart project. You know how many Bahamians have heart disease? He approved it. And then he's saying, well, no, not now. Doesn't that sound like independence?
That's right.
Not now. Independence, yes, but not now. National insurance, not now.
Right.
Defense force, not now.
Then,
National health insurance, not now. I think I figured out why they opposed it. Now they're saying stem cells. University of Bahamas, not now. You know what they figured out? Why they changed the stem cell, not now? Because it's petty politics.
Yes.
That's all it is. And people who don't believe in the Bahamians. And you know what else? National health insurance. If we were to have national health, a lot of people have insurance, and stem cell therapy is actually funded, Madam President, by insurance companies. Stem cell treatment in America right now. You know how many people, so Bahamians right now who have their own private medical insurance are going to get, all of us know people who have had stem cell therapy. You don't have to just think about, is it Peyton Manning, the football player who now playing again because he had stem cell therapy?
yes, that's right.
I know people, I'm sure we all know people, who have used their medical insurance and gone to America. Now, just think about that now. National health insurance, opening up the possibilities of everybody. National health, being able to have stem cell therapy and improve their quality of life. Would anybody who believe in Bahamians try to take that opportunity away from Bahamians? This is a hard project.
Yes.
Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, Lou Gehrig's disease, lung diseases, arthritis, sickle cell anemia, and organ failure. Being treated now, not tomorrow, not day after tomorrow, now, treated right now. And someday there may be a cure. The stem cell research and therapy. Treatment is possible now. It's happening elsewhere in the world now. We want it to happen properly supervised under the right, highest international standards in the Bahamas now.
Yes.
And that's what they're opposing.
Yes.
And I cry shame on them, Madam President, colleagues. Madam President, it's a new day. It's a day when our Prime Minister will soon, they say he's speaking around 11:30, it's 11:20 now, will be speaking about the dream.
That's right.
And it isn't a dream anymore. This is reality for Bahamians.
That's right.
Thank God for visionary leadership. This is the dawn of a new era. And we Bahamians are poised to participate in that new era, Madam President. And you know something? That's why scientists like Dr. Dwayne Sands said, for God's sake, make sure pass that bill. He said it.
That's right. So sad, so sad.
It's a pity that so many in the FNM have shown themselves to be the people who share things about, Madam President. They do not believe in Bahamians. They don't believe in creating opportunities for new Bahamian businesses, Bahamian scientists, Bahamian labs and other research facilities. They just don't believe in it. They don't care about what we Bahamians care about. Treatment of non-communicable diseases, affordable medical care, a bright future for our children, the opportunity for Bahamians to be in top science labs in the Bahamas and all around the world, and the opportunity for a Bahamian one day to be a Nobel Prize winner in science. They don't believe in it. Madam President, Bahamians are smart. Give us the facts, and we arrive at the right result. Give us the facts. The facts are, Madam President, this is landmark legislation that establishes a world-class regime. The fact is, it's the dawn of a new era in the Bahamas.
Amen.
An era where the young boys and girls in the Bahamas can dream. And we look at Martin Luther King today. He never dreamt that there'd be a black president by the name of Barack Obama in the White House of the United States of America. And our young Bahamians can be dreaming to be a Nobel Prize winner. And that's why I say 50 years. It's 50 years later after the I Have a Dream speech. And let us claim today, colleagues, that we will have a Bahamian Nobel Prize winner within 50 years. Let us claim that today. It is a new era for research and therapy, a new era for affordable, breakthrough, life-changing, world-class treatment right here in the Bahamas. You have to go to Miami. Right here in the Bahamas. It's a new era for collaboration with international scientists and institutions. A new era for collaboration. You know about this, Senator Bazal. A new era for collaboration in the regulatory arena and in the ethics arena. A new era. It's a new era for science and technology in the Bahamas. Whatever you can dream in the Bahamas under this, we will be able to achieve it.
Yes, amen.
It's a new era to create centers of excellence. It's a new era for research and development and intellectual property. You heard President Obama speak about the kinds of jobs that are 21st century jobs. Technology, science, research. This is an example, Madam President, of us claiming that and then demonstrating that we believe in that dream. We believe in Bahamians. It's a new era for believing in Bahamians. So, in summary, Madam President, this bill, on the face of it, is about stem cell treatment and therapy. It's a whole lot more, though, Madam President, than that. It's about patriotism.
Yes.
Patriotism, dreaming big,
Yes.
recognizing that we are lifting our heads to the rising sun and marching on. We thank God, Madam President, for visionary leadership that the world recognizes. The Prime Minister will be speaking in a minute, Madam President. Our Prime Minister, Madam President, it's a new era in the Bahamas. To God be the glory. And may God forever bless this country, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I so move, Madam President. Now, Madam President, I'm going to just quickly deal with
Madam Government Leader, I hate to interrupt you, but I simply cannot allow you to go on without myself saying thanks for such an impassioned and I think very well explained the manner in which you provided the information on this bill this morning for the Bahamian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. You know, colleagues, Madam President, I won't say she has any favorites, but since she has a few students, in here, when she gives a compliment like that, I really do be pleased. I'm not a student. I've always, from a distance, admired the President, and so I do appreciate that compliment. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I just want to also point out, with your permission, that we do also have some companies bills here, the International Business Companies Amendment Bill. We have here also, the leader will speak, my colleague here will speak on the criminal bills. We have the Segregated Accounts Companies Amendment Bill, also on the Insurance Amendment Bill, Madam President, also. These bills, to cut a very long story short, are very straightforward. They are bills that enable us to meet the highest international standards in the way that we conduct business in the Bahamas, Madam President, and to promote financial services, Madam President. So we meet the international requirements of the OECD, and we also, and other regulatory bodies as well, Madam President. And in meeting the highest international standards, Madam President, we recognize that we will grow financial services in the Bahamas. And so that is fundamentally what those bills do. And I so move, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President.
The question before us, honorable senators, are contained in the compendium of bills, as has been already explained by the government leader in this place, and at this time as many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Keith Bell.
Good morning, Madam President, fellow honorable senators. Madam President, it is once again my distinct honor and privilege to rise in this place to give my support to legislative reforms proposed by this Progressive Liberal Party government. And as I do so, I remain thankful and grateful to our Honorable Prime Minister and the Progressive Liberal Party for giving me this opportunity to serve the Bahamian people as a member of this Honorable Chamber and as a Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security. I too share the sentiments expressed by my colleague, Senator the Honorable Alison Maynard Gibson, and I pray God's blessing on our Honorable Prime Minister as he is about to give a very powerful and passionate address. Madam President, for as long as I can remember as a law enforcement officer, as a private citizen, and now as a state minister, my life's work has been the management of crime. As a matter of fact, Madam President, I would have joined the Royal Bahamas Police Force at the age of 17 years. I will look at the causes and the ways in which we collectively, as a united people, can work to reduce it. This work isn't a political statement or an election promise. I firmly believe that through firm and fair and clear policies, we can and must reduce our crime levels. To this end, Madam President, I must thank our law enforcement agents, administrators, and staff in the Ministry of National Security, headed by the Honorable Dr. Bernard J. Nordich, for taking the work undertaken every day and night to keep this country and our people safe. You know, Madam President, just recently, we would have held a crime forum, and I must commend Dr. Nordich and certainly the staff for a job well done. And I wish to thank the Bahamian people. I would also wish, Madam President, to thank the Bahamian people for coming out in strong numbers and for also voicing their concerns and their expressions, and we intend to act on those very shortly. Madam President, it is no easy job in this country, policing this country. Our defense force officers, police officers, our prison guards, and the supporting staff within the ministries have an awesome and thankless task. Yet they continue to work. And we are making progress, Madam President, progress in this crime fight. It is being said that in the midst of battle, it is difficult at times to determine if you are winning or losing. But with each percentage reduction, each prosecution, each conviction, we advance in our war on crime. And yes, with every removal of abandoned buildings, or each time we render assistance to the depressed and downtrodden, we advance in our war on some of the causes of crime. That's the action, Madam President, of a compassionate and dedicated government. Madam President, historically, this as a parliament, as with parliaments around the world, would have been on their summer recess at this time. But yet, we are here, doing the people's work. You know, I saw with astonishment the proceedings in that other place where members decided to abandon their seats after disrupting the people's work on multiple occasions. In seeing the proceedings, I thought it must have been some contagious disease and the irrational behavior a medical symptom. To my surprise, even here, the contagious disease, which doctors seem not to have found or found a cure, seemed to have spread to these chambers, as Her Majesty's opposition, and I dare not say loyal, is not participating in this chamber's proceedings. Madam President, I really do hope that someone quickly find an antidote that can affect them, or can affect the least of them, so that they could return to rationality and do the people's business. But you know, Madam President, before I get into the intricate details of my presentation here this morning, address on the compendium of criminal legislation, I would wish, Madam President, just to raise an issue with this Cuban detainee fiasco or saga. You know, Madam President, I think it's important that I point out that, and I speak on behalf of the Ministry of National Security, certainly the government of this Commonwealth of the Bahamas, that we remain unwavering in our support of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and its officers. We remain in support of them, that we remain in support of all of our law enforcement officers everywhere in this country. You know, Madam President, as we sleep in the night, and sometimes, I get up in the morning, in the AM hours, early hours of the morning, and I listen to the police radio set at times, and you would hear the police out there going from one point to the other, dealing with disturbances, dealing with burglaries in progress, dealing with armed robberies in progress. And Madam President, you know, when they have to go in these places under the cover of darkness, they don't see where they're going, they don't know what they will face, and they don't know if they're going to go back home. And Madam President, the same applies to our officers in Her Majesty's prison. You know, when they go to work, they don't know if they would return to their families. Many persons do not know the conditions under which they work and the toils and the challenges that they have to face. Madam President, when you look at our Defense Force officers, theirs too is a very dangerous task. Because whereas our police officers and prison officers are on land, where you have significant resources that can quickly come to their aid, our Defense Force officers are out there on the sea, just them and God alone. And we have had instances, Madam President, don't forget, in 1980, when the Cuban bombed our Flamingo. Don't forget, Madam President, when our officers were taken on board of Dominican vessels into jurisdictions outside of this territory. So we have had the incidences, we have had the deaths, and we ought to always remember that. And Madam President, I wish to make reference to this point because in recent times, the callous remarks by the opposition, the unfair remarks by the opposition is unjustified, unwarranted, and more, if I would submit, Madam President, I think they're treason, quite frankly. But Madam President, the opposition cannot believe in Bahamians. They cannot believe in the Defense Force because the persons in the opposition are fully aware, having been in the seat where we sit. They know that there is something called due process. They know that an investigation is ongoing. And in the fairness of the officers on the Defense Force, they ought to allow that process to take its course. If there is wrongdoing, then they know that there is a process. It will be dealt with. But Madam President, I wish to put this all in perspective. I I would submit, Madam President, that the Free National Movement have no moral authority whatsoever, no moral authority to be addressing that Cuban detainee situation. Because, Madam President, it was part of the fiasco that they caused to actually occur in the first place. They're part of the problem. But, Madam President, let me put this all in perspective. I would have joined the Royal Bahamas Police Force some 25 years ago, Madam President. And let me say that the ongoing challenges that we have with detainees in this country, not necessarily just Cuban detainees, Madam President, but from a number of jurisdictions, we've always been challenged. But what is notable here, Madam President, is what a government does, and this is the point to be had, what a government does to deal with circumstances that is presented to it, and how they effectively ensure that all persons are treated equally and humanely. Madam President, one cannot underscore the fact that for anyone to get on an unsafe craft and leave their homeland in search for a better home is something to really think about. And so we must, this is a country which sympathizes with all of the persons, the immigrants, the illegal immigrants, the migrants. We know there's a challenge, and we want to help them. And so we must sympathize with them. And we have used the country's resources to deal with these persons as best we can. That, Madam President, is no easy task. We continue to be challenged. You know, Madam President, earlier this month, at the beginning of this month, when the Commodore of the Defense Force would have reported to the Ministry of National Security, as you know, they have the security of the detention center, the Commodore would have reported that we had 186 persons detained at the detention center. 186 detainees there. And I'm going to come back to that point, Madam President. Now, that is no easy fate, Madam President, in a facility to deal with 186 detainees. The government spends millions of dollars every year, millions, seeking to ensure that we provide for them from a health standpoint, from ensuring that they are fed, ensuring that they are clothed, ensuring that they have shelter. And on top of that, Madam President, the government spends in excess of $500,000 on repatriation exercises. And so, Madam President, we need to put this in perspective. But when I speak of the former administration, the Free National Movement having no moral authority to speak to this issue at this stage, I make that point because in their previous 5 years of administration, they did nothing to improve that system, Madam President. Madam President, when I served as a member of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, around 2004, I was in charge of an area called Research and Planning and the Intelligence area. And there was an outcry of alleged adverse conditions and abuse at the detention center. Back then, Madam President, the Commissioner of Police directed that I conduct an investigation into the allegations of abuse, allegations of adverse conditions at the detention center. And Madam President, I would have compiled a report, a 14-page report, and when you add in the appendices, it would have been a 30-page document. And Madam President, this investigation stemmed from the Cuban detainees setting fire to the detention center, in which a dormitory was destroyed. And Madam President, at that time, Madam President, we would have conducted a thorough investigation and we would have identified 14 recommendations, 14, Madam President, to improve conditions at that DC base. At the time, Madam President, the Honorable Shane Gibson was the minister with responsibility for the detention center. And he sought, at the conclusion of this report, to begin to implement those recommendations in 2006. Shortly thereafter, Madam President, the government would have changed, and I was summoned to the office of the Minister of Immigration, at which time, Madam President, I would have presented the Minister with this report. Madam President, let me say what the recommendations are, the 14 recommendations, and I will indicate whether or not the former administration did anything with any of these recommendations as it relates to the detention of detainees at the detention center. And this is why, Madam President, I say the Free National Movement have no moral authority whatsoever. The first recommendation, Madam President, was that a comprehensive and accurate assessment report ought to have been done so that we could address the situation from a strategic or holistic approach. 5 straight years, Madam President, nothing was done. I called for, or the recommendation secondly called for the enactment of regulations to govern the detention center base in accordance with international human rights standards. As a matter of fact, the police force had drafted regulations. Madam President, over those 5 years, nothing was done. This government now, this Progressive Liberal Party government, headed by the Right Honorable Perry Gladstone Christie, will ensure that we deal with these problems once and for all. So there is a need, Madam President, to introduce regulations to deal with the detention of detainees at the DC base. And Madam President, it is important to note that when we talk about detainees, we are not talking about convicted persons. Madam President, the third recommendation was training of personnel at the center. That didn't happen. We're now looking at that. We talked about this fourth recommendation was an increase in human resources and staffing. Madam President, that wasn't done neither under the former administration. These are all things which lent to ensuring that we do not have these uprisings. Madam President, the fifth recommendation in this report was the establishment of a memorandum of understanding between government agencies, which is critical. Social services provide the food for and they feed the detainees. Immigration deals with the handling the administration part of the center, and the Ministry of National Security deals with the security of the center. So there need to be some understanding, inner workings, some document that they could refer to deal with the center. In 5 years, from 2007 to the present, nothing happened. We're working on that. Systematic record keeping of files and detainees and activities at the center. Madam President, there is hardly any proper record keeping there. They all kept in an ad hoc, different locations, Madam President. As a matter of fact, Madam President, let me talk about this uprising, Madam President. I wish to deal with this, Madam President, so I will just ask my Senate colleagues to bear with me, because it is important, since the other side, the opposition, put all of this out there. It is important to put this in proper perspective so that the general public and Bahamians could intelligently debate this issue. Madam President, it is important to look at this systematic record keeping. Why? Over and over you would have heard that we would have repatriated persons. And when in repatriating persons, you hear someone say, he just was repatriated, and then they see him back the next day. And so we want proper record keeping, fingerprinting of these persons. That still don't happen to this day, Madam President, but we are bringing it along. Because why? If the government is spending millions of dollars to repatriate, then we need to know whether or not it is a futile exercise. We need to know who is actually coming in our jurisdiction, Madam President. As a matter of fact, Madam President, as a matter of fact, whenever detainees from that country is kept there for prolonged periods, there you know that there's going to be an uprising. And so, Madam President, the opposition took offense with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, when in fact they ought to take offense with their countries. The fact is that we wanted to repatriate, but the countries wouldn't take them back. So it isn't us who they should be demonstrating against. They should be demonstrating against their own country. But Madam President, take it further. Let me talk about systematic record keeping, which is recommendation 6. It is also important to note that we have to look at the profile of these persons who come in our country. They may not be convicts, but I wish the public to know, Madam President, that these persons, several of these persons, were part of the Cuban military trained. So, Madam President, when the opposition went out there, stigmatized, ostracized our officers of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, it is important for the Bahamian people to know who it is that our Defense Force officers had to deal with, what it is they're faced with in the night when these persons attempt to escape, and only them and God in the back there. So we need to put it in perspective, Madam President. As a matter of fact, Madam President, because of the uprising, these persons were moved, several of them were moved to Her Majesty's prison, where there was no issues. And even there at Her Majesty's prison, Madam President, they wire shut their mouths with wire. A high-grade wire, Madam President. Put it through their lips, pierce their lips, and pierce their lips down. This is what we in law enforcement have to deal with, Madam President. Wire, you know what it is to put a wire for you to actually sit someplace and put wire through your mouth? This is the mentality what we're dealing with. No medication. Madam President, recommendation 7, weekly joint meetings of all agencies responsible for the management of the center. And it's critical because we realize that because you're dealing with human beings, you want to ensure that their needs are met in a timely manner. The FM didn't do anything. Periodic inspections of the center. There have to be, Madam President, even though the agencies are responsible for that, there has to be periodic inspections at the center. That was never done in the past 5 years. So instead of them arguing, they ought to be charged with neglect of duty. Madam President, recommendation number 9, upgrade and refurbishment and expansion of the accommodations. Madam President, in 2004, there was the destruction by fire by the Cuban detainees of one of the dormitories. In 2007, the Free National Movement government came to office, and they ridiculed the PLP administration. Well, guess what happened? The Cuban detainees rose up again and destroyed a second. If you were to speak, you will see that both dormitories are up. One is with the roof on, and the next one is up to bell course. So we are not just about talking. We are putting our money where our mouth is, and we are ensuring that the dormitories are built. Madam President, recommendation number 10. Construction of an interview and visitors room. Madam President, that is all in the plans, the overall plans for the upgrade of the detention center. Recommendation 11, separate quarters for pregnant detainees, children, and their parents. These are basic things, Madam President, that we know ought to be done. Under the Honorable Shane Gibson, we started some of these things. The former administration started it. As a matter of fact, you recall there was a fence, and because the detention center was surrounded by a fence, it meant that escapes were more frequent. Persons could have come along the fence and approached the detainees, and security was an issue. Well, the Honorable Shane Gibson constructed a wall around the detention center, and that was the first phase to begin to secure the center and continue on with the construction. The Free National Movement did nothing. Yet they have the audacity to talk about these things. Recommendation 12, introduction of recreational facilities for detainees. There was no recreational facilities, and still there isn't any, except a big open playing field. We are addressing that, Madam President, as I speak. Paving of the parking area. And finally, the introduction of procedures, rules, and drills for quick evaluation or evacuation. Madam President, we would have seen on both occasions when the Cubans lit the dormitories on fire, they were in there. Only through the grace of God, Madam President, we didn't have a large-scale tragedy on our hands. And so we know the kinds of challenges we have in there. And so we want to ensure that that not only were the lives of one particular group or nationality was endangered, but everybody was endangered, including the persons who are put there to secure and man the facility, our immigration officers, defense force officers, and social services. So, Madam President, we are working very quickly to ensure that we deal with this. But I would invite every Bahamian in listening ear to look at this situation, look at this issue. Allow the state to do what is necessary and conduct a proper investigation into the allegations. And once that is done, then we could look and see what those recommendations are and take action from there. But I believe, Madam President, it was necessary that I explain that in light of what the opposition did. And it was really, really shameful. It was disgraceful, as a matter of fact, Madam President. And I hope that they look at their actions and do not repeat it in the future. Now, Madam President, I wish to specifically speak to the Supreme Court Amendment Bill, the Evidence Amendment Bill, and the Criminal Procedure Code Bill. From our days in office, Madam President, this Progressive Liberal Party government made a commitment to the Bahamian people to work relentlessly to reduce crime and the causes of crime. The Supreme Court Amendment, the Evidence Amendment, and the Criminal Procedure Code all achieve this objective. These bills are all similar, Madam President, in the sense that they are basic, simple ideas, but they are substantial, and they are simple but necessary for the improvement of the administration of justice. And Madam President, at this juncture, it is important and significant that I highly commend the Honorable Attorney General and a fine team for what they're doing in the Office of the Attorney General. Madam President, many don't know the weight, the volume that the Honorable Attorney General has to deal with every day. But Madam President, I wish to put this in perspective too. In 2007, Madam President, I would have met, in 2007 and again in 2009, I would have met with 2 Attorney Generals under the Free National Movement government, Madam President, because given the portfolios or the remit I had in the Royal Bahamas Police Force, it is important that we recognize that there must be a marriage between the Royal Bahamas Police Force, which deals with the investigation of matters, major crimes, the murders, the homicides, the armed robberies, the rape, and the Office of the Attorney General, who is charged with, who has the responsibility, Madam President, to prosecute these matters. There was an obvious breakdown between that period, Madam President, and I met with the Honorable Attorney Generals to seek to resolve those situations. Madam President, unfortunately, nothing happened. Nothing happened, Madam President. And so I wish to commend the Attorney General. As you would have heard, as you would have seen, as you would have witnessed, this is for the first time for a very long time that we are actually seeing cases through our Supreme Court, Madam President. And not only seeing the cases, but we are actually getting convictions. That is something to be highly commended. And so her job may be thankless, Madam President, but it's important that I thank her at this stage. Madam President, Madam President, you know, I wish to, and I may go on a limb, and so I ask the senators to please forgive me. But, Madam President, the former administration had no testicular fortitude to deal with this justice in this country, the crime in this country. And I wish for the record, Madam President, to make a very, very strong statement that I have no regrets to make. Madam President, there was one particular case that held this entire country hostage. And I waited 14 years. This day, Madam President, I say this is my day to talk about this. I waited 14 years, Madam President, to talk about this case, but I couldn't because it was before the Supreme Court. Madam President, I served along with a young officer who was executed in the line of duty. As he laid, Madam President, they shot him like a dog. The persons in that particular case went on to kill any number of witnesses. Everyone, including police. You know? And so you try to figure what happened. And this one particular case, Madam President, paralyzed the entire country. And Madam President, the Free National Movement government didn't have the tenacity to even try the case. Even though the police pleaded with them, didn't have the tenacity, Madam President. But guess what? Under this administration, not only was the case tried, case finally tried, and there is a conviction. And so I must commend the Office of the Attorney General. They have my utmost respect. Madam President, the Supreme Court Amendment Bill proposes increasing the maximum and minimum number of Supreme Court justices from its present 14 maximum to a maximum of 20, with the minimum increasing from 4 to 6. Over the past years, we have watched the number of matters pending before our criminal and civil courts increase year after year. With each passing day, it seems that the number increases at a rate which outpaces the speed at which the courts are able to address the matters. On the criminal side, Madam President, we have seen the number of serious offenses dramatically exceed the number that the courts, operating at a maximum efficiency, could hear at any one particular point. This is not political, Madam President. This is simple math. At present, there are a number of criminal judges hearing matters. The judges, in spite of their best efforts, are only human, and as such, with any job, as workloads increase, often so must to the workforce. This legislation, Madam President, then, seeks to provide, as part of other reformative initiatives led by our capable Attorney General and her team, add additional human resources and power. It is anticipated that very shortly, the Bahamas, for the first time in its history, will have 10 sitting justices of the Supreme Court hearing criminal matters. You know, Madam President, I say, never mind the naysayers. They told this Attorney General, they tell us that we couldn't do it. But it's here, and it can happen. So all of those attorneys out there, all those criminals out there, your days are numbered. The evidence amendment, Madam President, and the Criminal Procedure Code bills are designed to introduce further reforms to the manner in which criminal trials are conducted. The proposed amendments to the Criminal Procedure Code seek to allow for video link trials and abolish unsworn statements from the dock with magistrates' courts trials. Madam President, for the purpose of thousands of Bahamians out there who have never encountered the criminal courts, let me explain this issue of what is an unsworn statement, if I may. John Doe is arrested and charged before the court for housebreaking. As provided by law, the prosecution will lead evidence to support the charge, and the defense or accused will have the opportunity to cross-examine the prosecution witness, just as you see on TV. The defense can then produce evidence to support their case, that is, show that John Doe did not commit the offense, and the prosecution has the right to cross-examine the witnesses of the accused. If this was the extent of the story, most would understand, as this is pretty much how television court works. However, an unsworn statement allows the accused to give evidence during a trial without cross-examination from the prosecution. So he basically gave a statement from the dock. So John Doe can stand before the court in the dock, take no oath, and tell any story, his version of a story, whatever he decides, without swearing or affirming to tell the truth and without having to be cross-examined. Now, there are some minority, I believe, who will argue that why should not accused persons have this right, or even just tell their stories without taking an oath or be subject to cross-examination. But their argument holds little weight with me. The truth, as they say, will set you free. If you wish to put your story or story into evidence, you should go in the witness box, like everyone else. Swear or affirm to tell the truth and the whole truth, like everyone else, and then be cross-examined like everyone else. It's as simple as that. Tell your story somewhere else. court is a place for the truth. Madam President, the proposed amendment to the Criminal Procedure Code and the Evidence Act will allow for the first time for trials to be conducted video link in the Supreme Court. This amendment is really not just about amending criminal statutes to improve the overall efficiency of our justice system, Madam President, but it is also about safety. Safety for our personnel, safety for our victims, safety for our witnesses, safety for our road users, and safety for our country. Just last March, Madam President, just on this one issue, for instance, safety for our road users. 2 prison officers were injured during a collision between 2 prison buses in their escort to court. This scene horrified many in the communities out east, who are particularly affected by the prison escorts. As you know, Madam President, if you're coming and those you see them buses coming, you know you better move to the side fast. So, Madam President, this video link is critical. We could put an end to that. Madam President, the transport of prisoners around the Providence is a logistical challenge for all national security personnel involved. In addition to the transport challenge, we have had several instances where, given the risks posed by several high-profile accused persons, tremendous resources had to be expended to secure the court and surrounding area. Oftentimes, this has resulted in the court complex, which lies in the heart of Nassau, resembling some sort of a war zone. The efforts undertaken, however, are completely necessary to secure the safety of all interested parties. The introduction of legislation to allow for trials by way of video link will dramatically improve this, as the court will be able to determine if a case should proceed with the accused appearing in person or by way of video link. Madam President, I am proud, Madam President, as a Bahamian and as a member of the Progressive Liberal Party government for having introduced these bills before this honorable House. This, Madam President, is another covenant soon to be fulfilled. The Supreme Court Amendment Bill will create the largest complement of criminally assigned justices of the Supreme Court in our history. The amendment to the Criminal Procedure Code and Evidence Act will ensure fair trials, in that no longer will accused persons have the ability to tell stories in court without having to take oaths that such stories are true. Our courts will be able to conduct trials by way of video link, saving tremendous security, financial, and other resources, while improving the efficiency of the administration of justice, Madam President. Thank you. Madam President, ours is not an easy task. Indeed, the challenges are great, but we will meet them all. Whilst others play games and absent themselves, we continue to work. The bills before these chambers, Madam President, are indeed transformative pieces of legislation that will significantly impact the ability to ensure swift but fair justice. Madam President, as I stand on my feet, I also give my full support to the National Training Agency Bill. And as I do so, I remain thankful to our Prime Minister, certainly our Minister of the Honorable Shane Gibson, and all those persons which is in the agency, which is headed by Ms. Agatha Marcel, because the commitment towards national advancement is particularly profound, Madam President, during this period as we continue to celebrate our 40th independence anniversary. The need for trained individuals can be seen in the many private sector institutes. Madam President, our theme for our independence celebrations remains Bridge to the Future, the journey continues. And in reviewing the contents of the bill, I thought it was most fitting, a fitting summary of its purpose and objectives. In our Charter for Governance, Madam President, the Progressive Liberal Party emphasized, in the Bahamas today, there is an urgent demand for highly skilled people in many areas of employment. In order for Bahamian youth to be competitive in this job market, it is necessary that appropriate emphasis be placed on training in technology and skills development as a part of the national education program. Madam President, this legislation is far-reaching, and it too is revolutionary. It provides the framework for the creation of a training program and mechanism that will serve as a bridge to the future, creating new opportunities for thousands of Bahamians, especially under the age of 25 years of age, whose category reflect the highest unemployment in the nation at 32%. And Madam President, you know, as I came here today, I looked, and it is our intention to also include or incorporate those inmates at Her Majesty's Prison in some way. Madam President, you know, this week, as the Superintendent of Prison reported, we have some 1,532 persons in Her Majesty's Prison. 1,532. That is substantial. Substantial. Her Majesty's Prison in maximum security was built to house 220 persons. We have 875 persons in there this week. 875, Madam President. On remand, we have 265 persons on remand this week, Madam President, in Her Majesty's Prison. And so, Madam President, it is important that we put this in perspective when we speak, and we ask for the public's help. We ask that we all become united in this fight on this war on crime. We ask that we ensure that we move the wheels of justice, that it is important that we give our support to those who are in the forefront. Our Prime Minister, our judges, our Attorney General, our Commissioner of Police, and all these guys in law enforcement, Madam President. It's critical when you look at these numbers. We have 219 persons in medium security, Madam President, and another 300 plus between the female prison, central intake, and minimum security. So you see our numbers, Madam President, 1,532. And so, Madam President, it is anticipated that with this national training agency, we anticipate that we are also able to identify and focus on some of these persons who are incarcerated, so that when they too are released, they would have the necessary skills training to ensure that they're able to find meaningful employment. Madam President, it is important to point out that at its core, this legislation is about economic empowerment and wealth creation for Bahamians. The creation of the National Training Agency, Madam President, will for the first time create by law an entity charged with responsibility for creating and operating a flexible and responsive competency-based training and job referral and placement system, establish a competency-based training and job placement system that is flexible and responsive to the actual requirements of the workplace. Madam President, it is important to talk about this just for a brief moment. Over the years, Bahamians perform one of several fields: lawyers, doctors, accountants. But Madam President, today in the Bahamas, there's been a paradigm shift, I would say, in terms of not only ensuring that in this area, because now, as opposed to persons now wanting to become more doctors, more lawyers, more accountants, what is really needed is persons with skills. We need our masons, our carpenters, our chefs, our housekeepers. We need all of these persons. And so we have to ensure that we create in this country a resource-based institution to ensure that we are able to fill these needs. When we look at Atlantis, when we look at the Bimini resort that we just went down to last month, when we look at Bahamas that is about to come on stream, we have to ensure that we meet the needs of a growing society. Job creation, Madam President, would be another objective of this National Training Agency. Job creation through training and employment schemes, including internships, special job projects, and entrepreneurial opportunities. And fourthly, Madam President, the expansion of a modern national apprenticeship program in keeping with the government's policy on apprenticeship training. Madam President, it is important to note that as the National Training Agency becomes more and more established, more programs will be added to its curriculum. And so, Madam President, this is a work in progress. Unlike previous programs, Madam President, at the conclusion of the National Training Agency's accredited programs, participants will receive awards and certificates recognized both nationally and internationally. This is the fundamental change in the training options available to Bahamians. And Madam President, I am proud Proud, Madam President, as a Bahamian, as a member of this Progressive Liberal Party government, and a former educator to support this bill. This, Madam President, is another covenant being fulfilled. Indeed, this bill is a bridge to the future in our continuing journey to create greater economic opportunities for ownership, training, and development of our people. This is not an election ploy. Election finished, Madam President. No partisan scheme here. This is a transformative piece of legislation, as all of this compendium of legislation is, that will improve the lives of thousands of Bahamians who will benefit directly from this legislation. And in that context, Madam President, I end by saying, may the winds always be at our back to push us, and the sun in our face to show our radiance. May God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and its people.
Thank you very much for your usually enlightening presentation, Honorable Senator Asmani. And the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Greg Burrows.
Oui. Yeah. Good morning. Still morning. Good afternoon, colleagues. As I rise today to lend my contribution on the bills and my support for all the bills, and particularly to speak to the stem cell, I am reminded about a few things, and as I was listening to Senator Bell, and as he had a story, I guess, penned up in him for some 14 years, I wanted this day to quickly come, because it was upsetting to me to see what happened in the other place the other day, as a young lady who was the first professional basketball player drafted into the professional ranks for women basketball was sitting in there with your family, Senator family, role, yeah, and as about some 20 plus young men or young boys aged 7, 8, and 9-year-old was also sitting in that place to be recognized for their accomplishment. I was disappointed with the display of the opposition, the F&M, and I was disappointed that these young men and this young lady, what they had to, I guess, endure, had to witness, as we speak to everything to try and make this country better. Some of the things that this government seeks to do is to continue to create framework and opportunities for our people, particularly our young people, and then to see the behavior of the lawmakers and the behavior of people that they send to the parliament to represent them. To me, Madam President, it disturbed me, and I was really and truly upset. I was upset, and I believe that the opposition, I believe that the FNMO, the young lady, and I think that they owe the young men, particularly the young men from the Freedom Farm program, an apology, because I think they took away some of the thunder, if I should use, that they came there to receive, and the accolades that they came to receive. What they remember is the police standing in the parliament and have to be ripping men and women away from seats when they were there to have a good time and to smile about their accomplishment being young people. So I asked them that, well, I'm telling them, and I plead to them that I think they have a responsibility to apologize to this country, and I think they have a responsibility to apologize to those young people, and particularly the young lady, for their accomplishment. As I speak briefly about the stem cell, I had an opportunity to visit the site that the Honorable Leader mentioned, and that would have been the dummy site. I had the opportunity to visit the site and to I guess, gather some information of what, no, listen really dummy said, site, about what stem cell really means to me and what it could offer this country. And it brings me to a story of an individual who had the opportunity, or who was sought after by a doctor out of the Dominican Republic. And as we talk about our tourism and the opportunity for tourism, stem cell tourism is upon us, and it's our responsibility as a government to make sure that we lead the way and be among the leaders in the world as a country in stem cell research. If we talk about tourism and medical tourism, as we talk about it, countries like Dominican Republic, as related to the Bahamas, and as it also relates to tourism, Bahamas is light years ahead of these folks in the tourism business. And this could now be a part and a component to continue our growth and to show our strength and our leadership in tourism. You could imagine, just imagine, and I'm quite sure that being a businessman, and other businessmen has already seen it, because you hear the talk that this is an opportunity for individuals to recover in this country after the therapy already take place. There's an opportunity for our specialists, like the leader said, that our scientists could participate in this type new medicine. And notwithstanding that this is the wave of the future. We speak about and we cheer for our athletes. We cheer for our athletes. And here it is that when these people are in the grind for us, and they carry our flag, as they get older and retire, and the pain set in, what we normally do is we just push them aside, and they're just numbers and they're just memories, but they live in pain. And here it is, there is some treatment that can assist these type people that give all of us glory days. And we stand in here and doing petty conversation and petty politics, whether it should or should not happen. I think the good Lord put the majority and the amount of PLP leaders, PLP members of parliament, PLP senators in place so that these things could pass through these halls so that the people could benefit and benefit in a good way. So I just don't understand how is it that we would come to the position where the leader of the opposition would step out and have problems with what's going on here today, after earlier in his political career would have been one of those who would be the front spokesperson for stem cell. I'm also reminded about individual who is now, and I must add that, just received a few months ago the stem cell treatment. He's a pitcher cologne for the Oakland A's. As a matter of fact, he received stem cell at age 37 years old. And tomorrow night, he will enter on the baseball diamond, coming off the injury reserve list, and have one of his baseball game return back to the major league game. So I am happy, and I await to see the performance. And that procedure was performed in the Dominican Republic. So here it is that I am real pleased. The leader of this place on the government side spoke about back injuries and all the different treatment that can have from stem cell. And I stand here and put my name on top of the list, because in order for me to stand here in comfort, it have to be with painkillers. And that's from over the years of being pushed around, playing sports and the training. And, until it happened to you, until you see yourself in the picture, you can't appreciate some of the things that lawmakers have to do and should do for the betterment of the people. So, Madam President, I give 110% support to this bill, and of course all the bills that we have here today. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator, for bringing it home for us today. Yes, okay. The chair now recognizes Senator, the Honorable Alex Story.
Good afternoon, Madam President, fellow senators. Before I begin my contribution to this debate today, I wish to express my support and prayers to the persons and their families that are still lost at sea after last weekend's tragedy between Exuma and Long Island. We pray for their safe return, but at the same time find comfort in the fact that whatever the Lord does is well done, even if we struggle to understand why. And amidst this tragedy, I would take this time out to remind all Bahamians under the sound of my voice to remember that whether it's a long voyage you're going on, in a car or on a boat, whether it's a 5-minute voyage or a 15-minute voyage or a 2-day voyage, let's remember to all take the proper safety precautions, whether it be a life vest or a seat belt or just letting somebody know where you're going, because it could make a difference between life and death. Secondly, I wish the thousands of boys and girls of our nation who are starting to return to school this week and the others next week every success in this upcoming school year. I pray that all of our students realize the importance of a good education in today's world and take advantage of the opportunity that they have to obtain knowledge. The youth are the future of this great nation, and I wish them all well. And included in this number is my son, Alex Jr., who is beginning his final year of high school, and my daughter, Lissa, who is beginning her first year of high school. And so I expect great things from both of them, and I'll be right there to guide them along the way. Once again, we on this side are alone in our desire to work on behalf of the good people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. A job that we are paid to do. A job that I and my colleagues on this side take very seriously. We put this work above petty politics and self-promotion. This job is about making a difference for the benefit of the people we serve, our fellow Bahamians. But, Madam President, I submit that they could feel free to abandon their posts without fear because they know that the country is in good hands under the leadership of the Right Honorable Secretary of the Progressive Liberal Party. Madam President, I have spoken to many Bahamians regarding stem cell therapy. Having done so, what has become clear to me is the fact that there's a lack of understanding on the issue. This lack of understanding, in my estimation, stems in part from the direction the debate took in that other place. Instead of debating the actual issue of stem cell research, the FNMs chose to muddy the waters on the issue by accusing parliamentarians of corruption and supporting the shenanigans of their leader. This after multiple members on their side voiced publicly their support for stem cell research in the Bahamas. The deputy leader of the opposition party even went as far as to call this same legislation progressive. Mrs. Butler Turner is quoted in one of the local morning dailies on July 8, 2013 as saying, "It is something," and I quote, "it is something that I support. Quite frankly, I think it's very progressive." She was quoted in the same article as saying that her leader, Dr. Minnis, confused her by opposing the bill. That explains it. And you know, I even heard during the debate, during one of the contributions, when it was said that they support stem cell research, they support the bill, but they are part of the team. I submit that when you come to Parliament, you don't come to represent a team. You come to represent the good people that elect you and send you to Parliament, not the team. It's not about the team, it's about the Bahamian people. Madam President, this comes as no surprise to me, though. It is a tactic that the FNM has perfected. They would rather rob the country of the benefits of such groundbreaking legislation to gain political brownie points. But I, too, am confused by the opposition to this legislation by the FNM. Their party leader gave approval for the operation of a clinic operated in Grand Bahama, a clinic where stem cell research was carried out. Their argument is as weak as water. It is a good idea, but the Bahamas is not ready. The Bahamas is not ready for the regulation of stem cell research, but was ready for it to be done without legislation and regulation. I don't understand it. It makes no sense. Madam President, this not now mantra coming from the FNM is nothing new. It was the same with independence, it was the same with the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and it was the same with national insurance. Imagine where we would be had we listened to the FNM on those occasions. Most recently, we also saw it in the debate on national health insurance. And now countless of our fellow Bahamians are still dying because they cannot afford diagnostic testing or prescribed treatment for their ailments. Madam President, I think that many lives could have been saved from 2007 to now if the FNM were less concerned with their politics and more concerned about nation building and the welfare of our people. Madam President, I have no experience in the medical field, so this subject is just as foreign to me as it is to a lot of Bahamians. During my research on the subject, and I'll tell you, I was also tempted to look up stem cell for dummies, but I said I'll use that as a second if I don't find where else I was going. I came across a definition that brought me to a new level of understanding of the issue. And I quote the following from the website stemcellresearchfacts.org. A stem cell is essentially a blank cell, capable of becoming another differentiated cell within the human body, such as skin, a muscle cell, or a nerve cell. Microscopic in size, stem cells are big news in the medical and science circles because they can be used to replace or even heal damaged tissues and cells in the body. They can serve as built-in repair systems for the human body, replenishing other cells as long as the person is still alive. Madam President, stem cell therapy is at the forefront of current medical treatment. As it is with all new treatments, there are misconceptions and misinformation, mostly emanating from those who are not properly informed. When doctors first started performing organ transplants, I can imagine what was said by the skeptics then. It was probably the same arguments that we are hearing now about stem cell therapy. But can you imagine where we would be without organ transplants, prosthetic limbs, or pacemakers? Even before preparing for this debate, I read stories of the breakthroughs in stem cell therapy and research had provided. I'm referring to the restoration of sight, the ability to walk again, and the regrowth of skin and replacement organs, or the curing of once incurable diseases such as kidney and bladder ailments. And, Madam President, I'm reminded of, there's a lady that I work with. She has a very young daughter in her early 30s that has been stricken with blindness because of a kidney infection and diabetes. And what I've been finding out about stem cell research and treatment is that there is hope for her that one day her sight will be restored and she can return to the workforce and lead a productive life. But the research has to be done, but one day it'll be possible, and I think this legislation will lead the way in helping that to happen. Madam President, these are some of the same chronic ailments that afflict many of our friends and relatives at this very moment. I believe this bill before us is key to unlock the door that will one day provide relief to all those out there under the sound of my voice who may suffer from something that at one time seemed debilitating or even fatal. Madam President, we are part of a global community. The research that will be done here will not only benefit Bahamians, but the entire world. Unfortunately, where there is a capacity to do good, there's also the potential for abuse. When one reads Section 6 of this bill, it is clear that there is a possibility of stem cell therapy to be used in an adverse manner. But that is exactly what Section 6 guards against. This caring government, led by the Right Honourable Perry Gladstone Christie, realizes that the PLP government does not exist in a vacuum. Section 6 of this legislation makes it plain for all to see what will not be condoned in the Bahamas as it relates to stem cell research. This bill was created with the full consultation of the country's religious community. We do not operate as the FNM did by shoving legislation and policies down the throat of Bahamians. We heard the concerns in terms of embryonic stem cells, and this bill guards against those controversial practices. Madam President, this bill is not to allow stem cell therapy, as some may think. The FNM aided that by then Minister of Health, Dr. Hubert Minnis, and did so in an anything-goes atmosphere, perhaps allowing for some of the same procedures and methods that many are concerned about to be carried out. This bill seeks to regulate stem cell research therapy and ensure that our local labs conform to internationally accepted best practices and guidelines. Madam President, these regulations should have been in place before the first license was even considered. Once again, we have a case of the FNM putting the cart before the horse for whatever reason. Madam President, I could speak to the word on the street regarding this, but I will not stoop to the level of the FNM. Once again, the PLP is left to clean up the mess that the FNM has left behind. It is no wonder they have worked so hard to misdirect the attention of the Bahamian public. I watched and discussed the proceedings in the other place as the member for Kalani did his best at performing the classic FNM smoke and mirror maneuver. He showed blatant disregard for the authority of the Speaker of the House with the support of his colleagues. Dr. Minnis and his colleagues also displayed disrespect for the fine men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, setting a poor example for the citizens of this nation. It is once again all to disguise the FNM's own mishandling of the people's affairs. It would seem that petty politics over the good and benefit of the Bahamian people is the modus operandi of the FNM. But, Madam President, all hope is not lost, as the PLP has clearly shown that we believe in Bahamians. We believe that Bahamians are fully capable of running the affairs of their country for themselves. We believe that Bahamians can patrol their own borders and protect themselves. We believe that Bahamians deserve the countless benefits that have come with the creation of National Insurance Board. We believe that Bahamians deserve affordable, life-saving medical coverage that they will soon receive. And we believe that Bahamians deserve the life-saving benefits and groundbreaking treatments that this research will create, and fully capable of enforcing and regulating the research that goes along with the enactment of this legislation. Along with the medical benefits to our people is the potential economic and benefits that can be yielded through investment and medical tourism. This will no doubt create jobs for Bahamians in this and related fields. Madam President, it takes a leader with vision to see these things, and that is exactly what we have in the person of the Right Honourable Perry Gladstone Christie. No matter how those on the other side attempt to sully his name, he stands firm and he stands strong to all criticisms. The people of the Bahamas know that he is a caring, compassionate leader of vision. He is the right man for the job, a man who truly believes in Bahamians. Madam President, that being said, I look forward to the countless benefits, told and untold, nationally and internationally, that the passage of this bill will enable, the many lives that will be saved, and change for the better. Madam President, let us remember that this bill is larger than one personality, larger than one political party. This is about changing lives, the lives of everyday, ordinary Bahamian men and women. At this moment, stem cell therapy may seem unattainable to them for various reasons. But I sincerely believe that through this legislation and the work that will be done here in the Bahamas, stem cell therapy will one day become as affordable and as routine as many other forms of treatment that once seemed only for the rich and well-connected. Madam President, in my estimation, the Free National Movement missed a golden opportunity to show the Bahamian people their political maturity. But then again, you got to be politically mature to show it. This is an issue that should have become a national debate and not the antics of the side opposite and their leader. Madam President, I fully support this bill and the other bills before us. And I pray that once this work is done here, the work about governing our Bahamas for our Bahamians, that we will show the entire country that we truly believe in Bahamians and that we're in good hands with the PLP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator. And the chair now recognizes Senator the Honorable Julian Gibson.
Thank you.
Sorry, Russell.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Senators, good afternoon. It is with great pride and pleasure that I rise to give my contribution to this bill, the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill. What a forward-looking bill. A very progressive piece of legislation. My congratulations to the Minister of Health and his team and to you, Madam Attorney General, and your team for a job well done. And my thanks to the Prime Minister for his excellent, outstanding, and able leadership, his foresight and insight for laying the legal framework and regulation that will govern stem cell research and therapy in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This type of leadership is needed for this time. Maturity, sensible thinking, tremendous understanding, and forward-looking. Madam President, this legislation, the framework for stem cell research and therapy, is big. This is huge. Apart from its health potential, it also has the potential to be the Alexa for what ails the Bahamas. It can help in creating employment for Bahamians, and the right type of employment. It can be a powerful incentive in reducing the brain drain in our country due to the lack of opportunities. Our students, our professionals and scientists will now be able to come home from overseas because of the opportunity that this bill will provide. It definitely will provide higher paying jobs. It has the potential to create another avenue in tourism, that of being medical tourism. And it does not have to stop with research and clinical trials. After research and clinical trials come manufacturing, if they choose to do so. That is, manufacturing products for human consumption, which has all to be manufactured in compliance with good manufacturing practices. Cheryl. And with this comes jobs for chemists. You have your lead chemists, your bench chemists, quality control lab people, and quality assurance people, with the quality control and quality assurance being compliance function of GMP, or good manufacturing practices. You have plant operators, support staff. You have your professionals, the lawyers and accountants, your marketing people, shipping and administrative people. We are talking about diversification here. From where I stand, Madam President, this is a very big deal. That is why I say this can be the Alexa for the Bahamas. What is confusing to me, Madam President, is that often you hear the opposition accuse the Prime Minister of not moving quick enough or being too consultative. But who are the ones crying now, hold on, we need more consultation? So, Madam President, the time is now. This Prime Minister has already consulted and widely consulted before this bill was brought to this place. He is a man of order and decency. He does not believe in putting the cart before the horse, like Senator Storr said. You just don't do that. If you do that, you may never get started, or you may go in the opposite direction. And we have examples of that in Freeport today. Madam President, the purpose of this act is to create the legal framework for stem cell research and therapy in the Bahamas, to ensure that it is conducted safely and ethically, having regards to emerging scientific developments, and to foster innovation in stem cell research and therapy with the goal of encouraging the advancement of medical cures and regenerative medicine. This bill is in line with Vision 2030. It is a part of our economic recovery plan. It is a part of our plan to modernize our country. Madam President, I know too many people with hypertension, diabetes, and heart disease. Both my mother and my mother-in-law have died from these diseases. This legislation is too late for them. But if these diseases are inherited genetically, advancement in research and therapy may soon be able to benefit their children and their grandchildren who may be predisposed to these diseases. Parkinson's and Alzheimer's disease, all chronic diseases that rob people of the very essence of life, the quality of life that is needed to function fully. Have lost friends, an uncle and an aunt, and very recently a father-in-law to one of these diseases. Madam President, stem cell has the potential to treat over 30 diseases and conditions that are here, and some very common in the Bahamas. Diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, spinal cord injury, degenerative disc disease, stroke victims, autism, optic nerve injuries, sport injuries, and that's just to name a few. In Japan, earlier in the year, I read in the internet where they successfully grew liver buds that when they were injected into test patients was able to restore 30% of the liver function. This is tremendous news, as we have a number of deaths from sclerosis of the liver here in the Bahamas, and also quite a number of people living with the hepatitis disease. I would like to encourage all Bahamians to read up on stem cell research via the internet or medical journal or even stem cell for dummies. Discuss it with your lawyers, discuss it with your doctors, discuss it with your friends and family. Come to your own conclusion. It is a very exciting field. Please don't allow anyone or anybody to influence your judgment. There are some who will try and influence your judgment for their own purposes. Please don't allow that to happen. Do your own research and investigation. It could make a difference in your life, and it could make a difference in your family's quality of life. Personally, I know too many amputees who have lost a limb, a toe, or a leg. This could be a thing of the past. Stem cell has that potential. Madam President, this bill calls for the establishment of a National Stem Cell Ethics Committee, which shall be responsible for ensuring that all stem cell research and therapy conducted in the Bahamas meet best practices and international standards. It will also be responsible for developing and implementing policies to monitor compliance with the Act and any regulations thereafter. The members of this committee shall be persons qualified as having had experience or having shown capacity in matters relating to science, medicine, commerce, religion, education, ethics, and law. Recently, our government, under the able leadership of our Prime Minister, Perry Christie, was successful in forging a cooperative and collaborative agreement with the University of Miami for the purpose of further research in stem cell and therapy, and to also establish a national research laboratory and to assist in training our scientists. This, Madam President, is putting Bahamians first. This partnership is significant because of the reputation of the University of Miami. Its reputation, research, and medical expertise is world-renowned. I am told that the head of the University of Miami's Research Center is already talking about the possibility of introducing a Mayo-type clinic and telemedicine to the Bahamas. Madam President, without getting into the specific, the bill specifies the various procedures that will be prohibited by this act. Most importantly, no person shall be permitted to engage in research or therapy on human embryonic stem cells. The creation or destruction of embryos will be prohibited. No transplant of a sperm, ovum, or embryo of a non-human life form into a human being will be permitted. Cloning is permitted. Madam President, in spite of the naysayers, this is indeed a great time to be alive in our country. I am grateful to be a part of this government that truly has the interests of the Bahamian people at heart, that has demonstrated the vision and the resolve to move this country forward progressively at this time. I wholeheartedly support this bill, and I am happy to be a part of the passage of this landmark piece of legislation, which I believe has the potential to dramatically change medicine in our country as we know it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator. And the chair now recognizes Senator the Honorable Tanisha Times.
Good afternoon, Madam President,
fellow honorable senators, I am pleased to stand here today in support of the National Training Agency Bill 2013, which seeks to establish the National Training Agency as an independent entity with the purpose of developing a competency-based training and job placement system in the Bahamas. Before I go further, I would like to mention that a few weeks ago I attended the Fresh Start ceremony in Grand Bahama, where 70 young persons took part in that program. I was told that 400 young persons had applied for that program, but only 70 were accepted. Just from those numbers, Madam President, we are in need of a national training agency established mainly in Grand Bahama. Just from those numbers, we should be able to take in those 400 persons and even more to further train them, because for whatever reason, they may not have finished high school or not done as well in high school to be qualified to be hired for whatever jobs they would like to be hired in. This National Training Agency is very much needed, not only in Grand Bahama, but throughout the Bahamas. Under the former administration, a national training program was instituted. It was an attempt to put a dent into the high level of unemployment. This program was called the 52 Weeks program. It came to an end sometime earlier this year. And once that ended, many of those persons rejoined the unemployment line. This program was originally designed to train over 1,000 Bahamian workers in various fields, such as engine repair, landscaping, accounting, computer applications, and construction. This was only, as we now know, this was only a political ploy. But those type of programs, they don't last long. But with the National Training Agency, which is about to take off under this administration, will not only be for 52 weeks, but it will be for far longer, which is what is needed in this country. It's for future building of this nation, so that we don't have to always rely on foreign persons being hired. We will have all of our people skilled to work in various levels at whatever companies that are here in the Bahamas. In our Charter for Governance, this administration promised to create jobs for Bahamians. However, we can only satisfy this commitment to job creation if we equip our Bahamians, especially Grand Bahamians, with the necessary skills, competencies, and certifications to meet the present and future demands of our diversifying economy. There is a report entitled "The Cost Effectiveness of National Training Systems in Developing Countries," which was published by the World Bank in 1989. In nearly every country, there exists a national training authority attached to the Ministry of Labor, either directly or semi-autonomously, which has training programs that are of a short duration, are designed to complement work experience, and are intended to upgrade the skills of the population. This report also noted the education and vocational training of any population should be a group effort of employers and training institutions. Our Prime Minister, he always speaks of a public-private partnership. This is a perfect example where this can be fruitful for our nation. This report confirms the need for a national training agency in the Bahamas, which will have the responsibility for certifying Bahamians according to national and international standards, provide vocational career guidance, and allow for the development of internship programs where trainees will experience the actual work environment and be placed according to ability. The Fresh Start program has the right idea, but through this national training agency, that's where we will see the fruit of everyone's labor. Yes, and done properly. And the Fresh Start program utilize the courses at BTVI. So we have the parts. We need everything to come together so that it can work together as a unit. Okay, it's so wonderful that we've done the research on different things, but everything has been dislocated in a way, and it's time for everything to come together. The most recent unemployment report outlined that there was a slight increase in Grand Bahama. These statistics were anticipated as the increase was a direct result of the phasing out of 500 plus workers who were employed with the 52-week program. Madam President, understanding the government's plan to discontinue the 52-week program and the increased need for jobs that would occur as a direct result of the phasing out of this program, the Ministry for Grand Bahama, from the beginning, has set out on a fact-finding mission to determine the obstacles to job creation. Grand Bahama is considered the industrial capital of the Bahamas. Its strategic location, just 60 miles off the eastern coast of Florida, our duty-free concessions, our modern infrastructure. We have to take back the roads. Our roads aren't as good as the roads here in New Providence anymore. We can't brag about that anymore, so we'll ease up on that one. And quality of life. Our harbor, which is one of the largest man-made harbors in the world and the deepest in the region, makes Grand Bahama Island a major player in the global market as a trade, transshipment, logistic, and investment center. Because of these features, a number of major industrial and manufacturing companies such as Borco, Bradford Marine, Freeport Container Port, Grand Bahama Power Company, Grand Bahama Shipyard, Pharmachem, Polymers, and Statoil Holdings have made this island their home, and as a result have employed thousands over the years. These companies presently employ hundreds of persons on Grand Bahama, but it is a well-known fact that a large number of these jobs in the industry, agriculture, light manufacturing, and petroleum storage are held by foreign nationals on work permits. This matter is of great concern to this administration, as thousands of Grand Bahamians in particular are unemployed, while non-Bahamians on work permits seem to have a monopoly on the lucrative and sustainable employment opportunities in our industrial sector. Recently, the Minister for Immigration and Foreign Affairs announced his aggressive plans for immigration reform. We have seen examples of his reform in ads in the local newspaper, in the Freeport News, where the ads are asking for Bahamian applicants. It's not just a general request, but they're saying only Bahamians need to apply. So it is a shift. It's a big shift, and Bahamians, and specifically Grand Bahamians, do not be afraid to apply for those positions. You might think that you lack one or two of the qualifications, but still put yourself forward. You never know that you will be the one to be hired. And just that one step could take you anywhere. Coupled with the reform from the Minister for Immigration and Foreign Affairs, coupled with a well-funded, organized government national training program, I believe that these plans will secure much-needed employment opportunities for Grand Bahamians going forward. The recently announced tax reform measures and our desire to join WTO will contribute significantly to the growth of the industrial, manufacturing, agricultural, and maritime sectors of Grand Bahama, which will mean that there will be an even greater need for skilled Bahamians to work within these specialized areas. It is therefore extremely important for us to establish this national training agency, especially for Grand Bahama, as it will allow for labor assessment studies to be conducted in order to determine what positions can be made available to Bahamians in the various industries, and reveal the qualifications necessary to work within these specialized areas. In order for the economy of Grand Bahama to be revitalized, we must create the work pool necessary for industry to expand and meet the peak demand for labor at the existing and future industrial facilities in Grand Bahama. At present, there is a need for painters, blasters, scaffolders, motor rewinders, mechanics, pipe fitters, welders, fabricators, stevedores, tugboat operators, heavy equipment operators, and a number of other positions in the technical and vocational areas that can be filled by Bahamians who are willing and have the desire to be trained and be retrained. The Ministry for Grand Bahama is presently in negotiations with Borco and the shipyard, who have agreed to provide training that will enable the educational and skills development of the local workforce in an attempt to create the work pool necessary for industry to grow. In the upcoming months, Madam President, the opening of the 5-star all-inclusive Sunwing property in Lucaya will provide for 1,000 jobs for Bahamians. However, Grand Bahamians in particular must be trained in the hospitality and tourism industry, as the need for skilled laborers who can deliver superior customer service is compulsory at a development of this scale. The philosophy of the Blue Diamond Resort, which is the brand of hotel that the Reef Resort will be transformed into, is to provide experiences that are authentically local, display genuine hospitality through engaging service, and give attention to detail, thereby elevating each stay into cherished memories. It is a known fact that even the best locations and offerings would be meaningless without outstanding guest service. Therefore, if this hotel property is to thrive, we must ensure that the future staff is equipped with the tools
and the mindset to naturally deliver an experience of which every guest is offered a warm welcome and is made to feel special, valued, and appreciated. Our Bahamian people, we have a natural knack for it. So we're diamonds in the rough. We just need to be polished, okay? We just need a little polish to really step it up. We are natural, welcoming of people. We took to tourism like fish is to water, okay? So never fear, Bahamian people. Retraining is not a bad thing. It's a wonderful thing. It is my understanding that the Bahamas is a member of the Caribbean Association of National Training Agencies, also known as CANTA. This group of Caribbean countries, inclusive of Antigua, Barbados, Belize, Guyana, Jamaica, Montserrat, St. Lucia, and Trinidad and Tobago, has 3 goals, which are to promote the development of a competitive regional workforce, to facilitate the free movement of certified skilled workers within the CSME, and to ensure uniform provision of competency-based training, assessment, and certification. In Jamaica, for instance, they have evolved their national training agency to build their workforce, and they have a competition called the World Skills Competition, where they have a competition for Jamaica, which then they send their winners to the World Skills Competition. And they've been doing that for a number of years, since 2002. And so that we too can join such competitions.
Madam President, I move that the business of the Senate do continue beyond 1 p.m. today.
Seconded, Madam.
It's moved and seconded that the business of this chamber extends beyond 1 p.m. This particular session, as many as are in favor should say aye. Aye. Opposers, nay. The ayes have it, and it is so ordered. Chair continues to recognize Senator the Honorable Tanisha Dines.
While in doing the research for this contribution, the other member countries, I realized that they all, for the most part, have an active national training agency or program, which is supported by legislation and has autonomous power to accomplish their mandates. I also realized that the fundamental purpose of each of these national training agencies is synonymous with ours, which is to create a workforce that is certified, competent, innovative, enterprising, and entrepreneurial, and therefore contributing to the continual development of the country. I have read about the successes of the national training agencies in our neighboring countries, Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, and see the results of instituting the agency, which were the effective coordination, standardization, monitoring, and evaluation of all technical and vocational education and training. I have come to the conclusion that in order to further develop and diversify the economy of Grand Bahama in particular, we need a fully functioning national training agency. Madam President, Grand Bahamians are in need of jobs, but in order for them to qualify for the jobs that are and will become available, this administration must provide training services and facilitate opportunities, apprenticeships, and internships so that the skills that they receive are consistent with what is needed in our industrial, maritime, agricultural, hospitality sectors. We must increase our supply of skilled Bahamians in order to decrease the demand for imported foreign labor. This is one of the main ways to tackle the high unemployment rate. This administration, Madam President, is working diligently to ensure that jobs are available for all Bahamians, but we must put measures in place to ensure that they are ready to take advantage of these opportunities. And for these reasons, I support this bill for an act to establish the National Training Agency to develop a competency-based training and job placement system and for connected purposes. And to tie in with everything that has been said before me, I do agree with the other bills being put forward, and may God bless this Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator. And the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Gary Sawyer.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Isn't it great to be a part of a team? To put the stamp on a wonderful piece of legislation that will enhance and hopefully benefit and bring great rewards to future generations yet unborn. Madam President, I rise today in support of the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill. If I may, before I begin my contribution, I would like to pause to once again thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister for appointing me to serve in this honorable chamber. I am humbled and to have been given the opportunity to serve my country in this capacity. And I am proud to serve under the distinguished leadership of a man who I feel, as history unfolds, will be known as one of our greatest prime ministers, a true visionary leader with a visionary team. I am confident that this generation and future generations will indeed realize that he was a bridge to not only the present, but to the future. Madam President, as I begin my contribution, I stand here baffled as to why there is any opposition from the other side on this bill. A bill that will advance the research in this field that will without a doubt bring better health care to our Bahama land. Who would not want to support this bill? The leader of the official opposition, while Minister of Health, days before the election, saw the groundbreaking of a heart institute in Freeport. This institute was going to practice cardiac stem cell therapy, with no legislation in place to facilitate this. But he supported this method of stem cell therapy, although there was no legal framework in place. So why not now? Why has he taken a different approach to stem cell research today? Was it because he was trying to score political points? Or was it a move to oppose the government for the sake of opposing? Why does he have one position today and another tomorrow? Why? The Holy Bible says a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. I ask the question, is he fit to be leader? And it doesn't end there. He is trying to force his own party to take this double-standard approach. If the blind lead the blind, they both fall in the ditch. He was able to persuade all of his parliamentary colleagues to follow him, all but one. My friend, the good member of Parliament for Central and South Abaco. He is an independent thinker. He is not pushed around in the winds of partisan politics, but doing what he feels is best for his Bahamas. I salute him for standing up for what he believes in, and standing up for his integrity. We are proud of you, sir. Stay strong and be of good courage. Madam President, stem cell research and its possibilities should excite all Bahamians. Although this may seem to be something new and modern, stem cell research has been around for over 100 years and has advanced rapidly in the last 15 years. In 1908, the term stem cell was proposed for scientific use by a Russian scientist. From 1978 until now, the breakthroughs that have been made in stem cell research is unbelievable. With this bill, we do not propose any of the controversial embryonic stem cell research, only adult stem cells. Adult stem cells have been used to treat leukemia and related bone blood cancer through bone marrow transplant. You know, and I went a week Monday, I went to visit a cousin of mine who was laying in her bed. You know, she's not an elderly woman, but cancer is just consuming her body, and unless God intervenes, she will soon be in eternity. But with stem cell research, if we continue down the path that we are on, you know, one day that could be a thing of the past. Why wouldn't we not want to support something of that nature? This is how far researchers have come in the last 15 years, and each year they are finding new breakthroughs in medicine with stem cell. In the future, researchers anticipate being able to use technologies derived from stem cell research to treat a wide variety of diseases, including different forms of cancer, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, stroke, brain injuries, learning defects, baldness, blindness, deafness, arthritis, diabetes, and heart disease, to name a few. How can the opposition not support this bill? How can F&M members of Parliament and senators not care about the health care of their fellow Bahamians? This is a moral issue. Would they rather their constituencies pay large sums of monies to travel to the United States or other countries for advanced medical treatment? Would they rather see their constituencies slaving at bake sale after bake sale, fundraiser after fundraiser, grill out after grill out, trying to raise a few pennies to go abroad to pay for travel and medical expenses? It is apparent that the leader of the F&M are heartless. They should all hang their heads in shame, all except the Member of Parliament for Central and South Abaco, who was willing to stand up for what he believes will bring brighter days for all Bahamians. Madam President, apart from the medical benefits this bill would bring, we would also benefit economically, as this bill would create jobs for Bahamians. With the opening of each facility, jobs will become available and will employ many, many Bahamians. Another economic benefit is that with more and more Bahamians receiving these modern treatments here, less funds are spent on travel and treatment in other countries. These funds will be spent right here at home. Madam President, there are many times in debates throughout the countless bills that come to this honorable place that there can be legitimate reasoning for a political divide on issues. But in this particular debate, we should all be together. This is something that will benefit all Bahamians across the political divide. Madam President, we have to think out of the box. We have to start looking at other ways to build our country. We have so much more to offer than just palm trees and sandy beaches. Yes, tourism is a great product, but how about medical tourism? A great number of Europeans and Canadians flock to Cuba to seek medical attention, as Cuba is deemed as having some of the top medical centers and physicians in the world. Medical tourism will be another avenue to enhance our already first-class tourism product right here in the Bahamas. Bahamians are some of the most talented people in the world. We can do this, and we can become one of the most envied countries because of our advanced health care. Madam President, this bill tells the world and tells Bahamians that we will begin research on stem cells and will fight to see new breakthroughs in medicine. We have always demonstrated that we can accomplish whatever we set out to do. Why wouldn't the F&M have faith in its fellow Bahamians? Wouldn't it be wonderful if some of these findings happened right here in the Bahamas? This bill facilitates and administrates these procedures. We welcome this. I applaud the Prime Minister and the government in partnering with the University of Miami regarding stem cell research. This university is one of the leading universities in this hemisphere. Again, Madam President, we have a visionary leader. The F&M has always been the party of not now. Independence, not now. National insurance, not now. Urban renewal, not now. Swift justice, not now. When is the right time? No time is better than the present to help fellow Bahamians and advance the rights of our people and make their lives better. Madam President, as I conclude, the Progressive Liberal Party has always felt for its citizens. We feel for our brothers and sisters. We want to make life better for all. This bill will make life better. This would facilitate first-class medical treatment right here and would enable Bahamians to stay right here at home and get world-class treatment. We are looking out for our citizens. The Progressive Liberal Party is here to wipe every tear from every eye. Just as those opposite, except for Central and South Abaco, why would they not stand up for their fellow Bahamians? Why they would not want to make life harder for their brother? Why would they want to make life harder for their brothers and sisters? They need to be asked these questions because we deserve the answers. Fellow senators, isn't it gratifying to be a part of today, of this landmark approval of this landmark legislation, where we are bringing help and hope to all Bahamians? With that said, Madam President, I support all of the other bills that have been tabled here today and ask my full support and Godspeed to the government in implementing this. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, Honorable Senator. And the chair now recognizes Senator the Honorable Cheryl Bazad.
Good afternoon, Madam President and fellow colleagues. Before I begin the debate, let me offer my condolences to the family of Sir Arlington Butler on the passing of Lady Sheila Butler. Children Ibao and Cara, well, they were close in my age, and we attended St. John's College together. So I wish to extend my condolences to that family. I also wish to extend my condolences to the family of the McDonalds and the Roberts on the loss of their grandson, Jason McDonald, in a traffic accident in the Eastern District. And our prayers and thoughts are with you at this time as you go through this rough period. I also wish to point out today, I wish to say emphatically that it's good to be a Bahamian. I'm proud to be a Bahamian. I understand that the sounds of Junkanoo are pulsating on the mall in Washington, D.C. as we celebrate in this 40th year of anniversary what it is to be Bahamian. And I wish to advise this Honorable Senate as well that I attended a conference, a Parl Americas conference in Costa Rica last week. And at that time, Parl Americas is a group of parliamentarians in the Americas, South America, North America, Canada, and English-speaking as well as Spanish-speaking countries around the world. The Bahamas has never sat on the board of directors of Parl Americas, but we can say today that the Bahamas is a representative on the board of directors of Parl Americas. In fact, this is only the second English-speaking country to sit as a board on the board of directors for the Parl Americas group, which has an observer status in the Organization of American States. So I think Father Thompson, well, I know he's more than father now, but I know him from back then as Bishop Thompson, was being prophetic when he spoke about being a light on a hill.
and being the salt of the earth. It makes me proud to be a Bahamian. And to really look at the bills today and looking at the strength of these bills, it drives another stake into ensuring the unshakable position of the Bahamas in both national and international standing. I want to rise, and having heard the contributions of my colleagues, really to say, let the church say amen. The bill today, and in particular the stem cell research and therapy, much has been said, and I too join the President of the Senate in commending the government leader and the Attorney General in the depth and scope of the explanation to the Bahamian people of what stem cell research is all about. In fact, that has been owed to the people of the Bahamas. In fact, it was, and feeling the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. today, it was an uncashed check that the Bahamian people were due, but it was not cashed in that other place because they decided that they would muddy the waters and talk about things other than. But today the Senate, the upper house, on the right day, yes, has cashed that check for Bahamians in understanding and explaining what this stem cell therapy is all about. All of us, if not most of us, have been affected by cancer. It's a raging demon in this country. And other muscular and degenerative diseases, and looking at Parkinson's diseases, spinal cord injuries, and all of these have really depleted the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and have robbed us of many promising citizens. But today, this government has stopped and paused to present to the people an alternative to the medicine that is already here for us. And when one looks at, there's been much ado and much talk about stem cell and the controversial aspect of stem cell, but when you look at Section 6 of the bill, it deals with the prohibited procedures, and it shows the government's position on the use of embryonic stem cells research. And I am advised through research, and you have seen the research done by the senators in this place, that the removal of stem cells from adults has none of the ethical or moral pitfalls that embryonic stem cell research has been associated with. The establishment of a National Stem Cell Ethics Committee provides the gatekeeper approach to the regulations of stem cell research centers. I want to commend this branch of medicine, which holds a legitimate promise, whose full potential is only beginning to be discovered. There has been a lot of talk on the issue of stem cells on radio talk shows, but my contribution here will be brief, and I would invite the Bahamian people to tune in to a radio station called WII-FM, and that stands for What's in It for Me. As a Bahamian, and with the mandate and with the backdrop of believing in Bahamians, this PLP government has offered you another channel, WII-FM, for you as Bahamians to look at what's in it for me. This bill holds an area, a new area of medicine that can remove or diminish the suffering of loved ones from diseases that have not been controlled by other areas of medicine. This bill ensures a development of a new field of research compliance officers. And you know, compliance is near and dear to my heart. And just as the financial services sector exploded in the late 1990s, the opportunities now abound for young Bahamians to explore this area as a field of study and expertise, and to be internationally recognized as research compliance officers. I'm excited about that area. I think you can tell. There's also the development of the area of biomedical ethics, which is another unexplored area, with few, if any, Bahamians now occupying those positions. So this is not just an avenue to begin a new area of medicine for Bahamians, but also to open up the door for other industries for Bahamians and by Bahamians. And you know, it is so ironic that all of this pushback from the side opposite with respect to the passing of this bill, and we go to the Okeanos Heart Institute in Freeport, Grand Bahama, and so much promise. And I just want to focus on the word Okeanos. In fact, the interpretation of the same is the Greek god of rivers. And what they had done is that they had opened a floodgate that had no regulatory barrier to close it in the event that something went wrong in this country. And isn't it ironic that the word that they would use meant a Greek god of rivers? But this government has come forth now responsibly to provide the right regulatory framework in which to have this operating. Bahamians, do not allow yourselves to be fooled by political smoke and mirrors and having the benefit sacrificed over cheap politics. Remember to stay tuned into WII-FM. What's in it for me as a Bahamian? It has always been believed that the Fountain of Youth exists in the Bahamas. I think this bill almost makes it a reality to have the Fountain of Youth in this Bahamas. And to think that there has been not one iota of reason for the refusal to pass this bill to benefit Bahamians. It has been said that life shrinks or expands in proportion to one's courage. This bill is a courageous bill. In fact, the compendium of bills today are based on medicine. We've looked at the whole scope, medicine through the stem cell and the pharmacy bill. We've looked at national development through the national training bill. We've looked at national security through the crime bills. And we've looked at the development of business, both national and international, through the compendium of companies bill. We came here to work. We can no longer have the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. We came here to do the people's business. And Madam President, I wholly support the bills that have been laid before this House today, and I commend them to the Bahamian people, and to let you know that this government continues to believe in Bahamians, continues to believe in making sure that the opportunities are there. Please stay tuned. WII-FM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator. And the chair now recognizes Senator the Honorable Jerome Gomez.
Madam President, I rise today just to make a brief intervention on the compendium of bills before the Senate. I think the honorable senators prior to my rising have encapsulated everything the bill stands to benefit Bahamians, to show the progressive nature of this government in moving legislation that helps the Bahamians and helps the Bahamas, and so forth. I just want to add my 2 cents, as we say. I want to congratulate the United States for celebrating the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington. It's admirable that 50 years later, it is still at the forefront of the American politics and social and political life, and that they would take the time to honor a great national, international hero as Martin Luther King Jr., who's indeed a model and a role model and a hero to many of us in the Bahamas. And we have been privileged in the Bahamas to have him visit here during this 1960s. I always pick the wrong mic, eh? Martin Luther King Jr. is indeed a role model and hero to many Bahamians. Those who were adults and politicians in the 60s to young men and women, to us today, who see him as a person. I mean, we read his books, we read his speeches, We love to hear his voice. I mean, a wonderful voice, a powerful speaker, similar to that of our Prime Minister today. And I want to congratulate our Prime Minister being afforded the opportunity to be in Washington today, and I'm sure it is an event he would cherish for the rest of his life. And when he lists his greatest accomplishments, I'm sure that would be on the list of one of the greatest moments in his political life. We in the upper house try to carry ourselves with a certain decorum that reflects statesmanship, that we are, although appointed, accountable to the people, conduct ourselves in a manner befitting of the office of senators. And I want to chastise the opposition for continuing to show that they do not possess the decorum, the humility, the I'm trying to pick the words carefully. You know, they say words out your mouth. Once it's out, it's out. You know, the statesmanship that we expect of them. I mean, I expected them to come today, say a little something about their leader, and then proceed to do the people's business. But they refuse to do so. And you know, it's the fight is downstairs, and we should, in the lower house, let the fight remains where it starts. As one senator remarked, low, and we up on the upper house must continue on with the people's business and show the Bahamian people that we are moving the business of the country forward. I want to take also a time to congratulate the PLP branch of Kalani, who held its back to school event on Saturday past. And the events were held in Mount Pleasant and in Dignity Gardens, well attended, and I want to commend them for continuing, in spite of that seat being represented by the now named and infamous leader of the opposition in the lower house, that they continue to do their work in that area, and they invited me to attend, and I see myself simply as the caretaker in Kalani until such time the party and the looks for its candidates going into the next election. And I continue to do my work in Kalani as a caretaker, because I believe that all of us who ran in the last election and lost should not desert our areas at this time. And although we may not intend to be candidates at all, we should keep the fire burning. Or is that, should I use that term? All right. Keep the gold shining. Keep the gold shining and hold the area firm until a candidate is identified going into the next election. Stem cell, and like I say, I'm going to be very brief, but I want to just put some history in the entire thing. In our last term in government, I had the pleasure of being named by the Minister of Health at the time, the Honorable Marcus Bethel, as chairman of the Hospital and Health Care Facilities Licensing Board. And I served in that capacity for, I think it was just under 4 years. And at that time, that board was responsible for licensing all healthcare facilities in the Bahamas. And although we had limited staffing, limited resources, we were able to do our function. And every healthcare facility in this country got an inspection. There were issues that arise from time to time with patient care and delivery of medical services and so forth. But the board was able to work these problems through. And during that time, and up to the F&M's time in our return in office, I'm not aware of any incident in the Bahamas where a hospital or healthcare facility has been cited for anything that is unethical, immoral, or illicit in this country. There are times when patients do complain about not getting quality care and so forth, but we consider that to be regular, normal operating, that some things will happen in hospitals and healthcare facilities that could have been done better. But in terms, so I believe, and I only wanted to make that intervention to say that I believe
given the stem cell research bill, the ethics committee that will come with that, the licensing of board that is in place today, the other medical boards, statutory boards under the Ministry of Health, that we will have the regime in place to ensure that it's done correctly. So I want the Bahamian people not to fear that we as a government, the medical profession, the legal profession are not in a position to protect our citizens against immoral and unethical practices in that area of medical research. You know, I had the privilege of 2 weeks ago attending a family reunion, a Long Island family reunion on my mother's side. My mother's mother was a Pratt, and they held a family reunion. My grandmother was one of 16 children. She died at 86. 3 of her siblings are still alive. One is 92, one is 87, one is 82. All afflicted with some ailment. And as we discussed this bill, I just thought to myself, what would it be if they had some benefit of stem cell research and the benefits of stem cells? They all have bright, excellent minds. They still have their recollections, and they can think of, they can tell you all the memory and the history of the family and their lives and so forth, but all afflicted with some kind of physical ailment that prevents them from getting around. But if you can think of stem cell being used to ease the pain. Now we don't, granted they've had a long life, 92, 86, 82, long life, but to end your years with less pain would be a wonderful thing. Yeah, we're not saying immortality, we're not selling immortality. You know, I'm not sure if anybody really wants to live forever, you know, but you know, pain, take away some pain, you know, for your last few years of your life, so you can live with some quality of life before you place in the grave. And so all of that comes to mind. And one interesting thing of that, I mean, people may not know that Frank Smith and I share the same great-grandfather. We're actually second cousins. His mother and my mother are first cousins. And he is also descended from the Pratt clan on his mother's side. His mother was a Pratt. So you get to see how all things in the Bahamas are interconnected. Families are interconnected, and therefore we may share the same genes. Then we're afflicted with certain similar disease. So now you have to worry if a cousin has this diabetes or hypertension or cancer, how is that going to affect you as well? Because we're all sort of interconnected. And such as a small island nation where persons have come from sort of the same family backgrounds, we have to be mindful that stem cells research and technology might be the way for us to cure a lot of the ailments we suffer as a people. We don't have the benefit of having many other races coming into the Bahamas, intermingling with ourselves, and therefore spreading those genes over, and it may be diluting some diseases that may have been prevalent. So I think stem cells in the long run would have that effect. Now crime and the fear of crime still seems to be a vexing problem in the country. And I cry shame on the FNM for not being here to support live television and courtrooms. You know, if that speeds up swift justice, if that brings these trials to a swift conclusion, I support it. Why should I have to travel from another island or so forth, another country to come here? Put me on a video conferencing. Let's get this matter done and over with. It saves time and money. If more judges is going to bring us swift justice, move these trials through the courts to conclusion, I support that. These are things that benefit Bahamians, and we have to make sure this happens. And that's why all of us should quickly we pass these bills, get them enacted, and get the work of the people done. This thing with unsworn statements, I never paid any attention to the abolishment of unsworn statements. I was never under the impression that accused persons could give a statement without being sworn. I mean, and when you, a layman like me, I would say to you, I can't believe we ever had that in our legislation, that an accused criminal, well, let me say an accused person, could give a statement without being cross-examined, an unsworn statement. I never do that. And I don't know how many other Bahamians may never have known that to happen. But as Senator Bell said, if you have a story to tell, you stand in the dock like every other person, you affirm or swear to tell the truth, and you are cross-examined by the prosecution. It's getting terrible. I mean, just on Monday, I had a friend who went into Commonwealth Bank Wolf Road, and on his way out, he saw this Chinese gentleman coming towards the bank. Then a car pulled suddenly behind the Chinese man. Two people jumped out, they grabbed the guy, took his money. This is 10 a.m. in the morning. 10 a.m. in the morning. They drove up behind the Chinese man, jumped out the car, grabbed his bag, searched him down, jumped back in the car and pulled off. By the time the security got alerted, it was too late. He was gone. So see what you're up against, that kind of crime. So we barricade ourselves at home at night, but there you have it in broad daylight. You could just be going into a store, going into the bank, So we have to address this crime, and we have to send a clear message to criminals that we're not going to tolerate this. And finally, on the National Training Agency, it is a idea whose time has come. I think we in the Bahamas have to assess what the skills are. I see we have, in my opinion, everybody's a barber or beautician, everybody's some kind of salesperson in a store. I mean, we have to get the skills we need to fill the jobs that are required. So I love the fact that the government intends to do an assessment of the skills required for the jobs that are going to be developed in the Bahamas, and then train people for those jobs. In my visits around in Killarney, from time to time, the young people come up to me, they need a job, and then you ask what skills they have, and they really have no skills that you could, in such a competitive market. If we had full employment, you would make do with these people. You would grab them and train them and get them up to speed. But in such a competitive market with this high unemployment, somebody with no skills has little chance of getting a job. And so this is a welcome initiative at the right time, because these young people are restless. They are thinking how they're going to make things in life. And idle hands, devil's workshop. Sooner or later, that person who had every intention of doing the right things, being a model citizen, driven by desperation to feed their family, can end up doing things that they will regret. So we have to stem that before it happens by training them, mentoring them, getting them internships at workplace, and we have to do it now. Now is the time. And so I hear the FNM and the other place spoke about a duplication of BTVI and the College of the Bahamas, and that's not so. If you read the Act and see the functions of the agency, it's quite different than COB or BTVI. It's quite different, and it serves a purpose. It serves a purpose. So, Madam President, I am in full support of the compendium of bills here today. I think the government continues to move in the right direction every time we come to the Senate and we have new bills before us. They always have matters in them that address Bahamians, that bring some benefit to the average Bahamian. And so I fully support these bills today and look forward to them doing wonders to bring a reduction in crime, the training of our people, and medical stem cell research in a big way to the Bahamas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator. Okay.
Madam President, I would like to adopt the approach of the Honorable Senator Bazard as I close the debate on the stem cell bill, and before we proceed to the formality of further second readings, to just close by saying this is a wonderful day in the history of our country, not just because of the fact that this debate is happening, which is opening a new era and is enabling our children to dream big, as I said earlier, about winning Nobel Prizes. It is also a day where our Prime Minister continues to lead and be recognized as a visionary world leader, having already spoken on the Mall, the only non-U.S. speaker, as I understand it, at that event. So let the church say amen, and God bless our wonderful country, the Bahamas. Madam President, I move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act of the National Training Agency Bill.
Second.
Oh, sorry. I did the second. Okay. Madam President, may I move that the Senate be to adjourn for suspend for a period of 15 minutes?
I certainly welcome the suspension for 15 minutes. Is there a seconder? Yes, it is moved and seconded that the business of these chambers, this business suspend for 15 minutes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And opposes, nay. And it is ordered that we suspend for 15 minutes. Thank you. Be reading a second reading of the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill 2013. As many as are in favor should say aye. Aye. Opposes, nay. Ordered that the bill be read a second time.
A bill for an act to provide for the conduct and regulation of stem cell research and therapy in the Bahamas and for connected purposes.
Madam President, I move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to establish the National Training Agency to develop a competency-based training and job placement system and for connected purposes.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to establish the National Training Agency to develop a competency-based training and job placement system and for connected purposes be read a second time. As many as are in favor should say aye. Aye. Opposes, nay. The ayes have it. It is ordered that this bill be read a second time.
A bill for an act to establish a national training agency to develop a competency-based training and job placement system and for connected purposes.
Madam President, I move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act be read a second time. As many as are in favor should say aye. Aye. Opposes, nay. The ayes have it. Ordered that the bill be read a second time.
Madam President, I move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act to provide for the indemnification by the Commission of a liquidator.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act to provide for the indemnification by the Commission of a liquidator be read for the second time and committed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and it is ordered that this bill be read a second time.
A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act to provide for the indemnification by the Commission of a liquidator.
Madam President, I move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act be read a second time and committed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and it is ordered now that this bill be read a second time.
A bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act.
Madam President, I move the second reading committal of a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act to provide for the use of live television link in criminal proceedings and to abolish the use of unsworn statements from the dock by accused persons in the magistrate's court.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code to provide for the use of live television link in criminal proceedings and to abolish the use of unsworn statements from the dock by accused persons in the magistrate's court be read a second time and committed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. It is ordered that this bill now be read a second time.
A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act to provide for the use of live television link in criminal proceedings and to abolish the use of unsworn statements from the dock by accused persons in the magistrate's court.
Madam President, I move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase in the number of justices.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase in the number of justices be read a second time and committed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. The ayes have it. It is ordered that this bill be now committed and read a second time.
A bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase in the number of justices.
Madam President, I move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Pharmacy Act and for connected purposes.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Pharmacy Act and for connected purposes be read a second time and committed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. Ordered that the bill be read a second time.
A bill for an act to amend the Pharmacy Act and for connected purposes.
Madam President, I move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the International Tax Corporation Act.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the International Tax Corporation Act be read a second time and committed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. The ayes have it, and it is now ordered that this bill be read a second time.
A bill for an act to amend the International Tax Corporation Act.
Madam President, I move the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Segregated Accounts Companies Act.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Segregated Accounts Companies Act be read a second time and committed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. Ordered that the bill be read a second time.
A bill for an act to amend the Segregated Accounts Companies Act.
Madam President, there being no further second readings, I move that the Senate do resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with Senator Gomez. taking the seat.
It is now, it has been moved that the Senate now will resolve in the committee of the whole. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. The ayes have it, and it is so ordered. Senator Gomez to be in the chair.
The committee. Mr. Chair, I move that the long and short title of the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill 2013 be accepted.
It's been moved and seconded that the long and short title of the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill be accepted. Those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of clauses 1 through 14 of the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill.
It's been moved and seconded. Clauses 1 and 14. 1 through 14. Be accepted. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I move, Mr. Chairman, that the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill be accepted in its entirety.
Seconded. It's been moved and seconded that the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I move the acceptance of the long and short title of the National Training Agency Bill 2013.
It's been moved and seconded that the long and short title of the National Training Agency Bill be accepted. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I move the acceptance of clauses 1 through 27 and the schedule of the bill, of the National Training Agency Bill.
It's been moved and seconded that clauses 1 through 27 and the schedules attached be accepted. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I move that the bill be accepted in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill, the National Training Agency Bill, be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Chairman, I move the acceptance of the long and short title of the International Business Companies Amendment Bill 2013.
It's been moved and seconded that the long and short title of the International Business Companies Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Move the acceptance of clauses 1 through 9 of the bill, Mr. Chairman.
So, it's been moved and seconded that clauses 1 through 9 be accepted. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I move that the bill be accepted in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the International Business Companies Amendment Bill be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Move the acceptance of the long and short title of the Insurance Amendment Bill 2013.
It's been moved and seconded that the long and short title of the Insurance Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of clauses 1 through 3 of the bill.
So moved and seconded that clauses 1 to 3 of the bill be accepted. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I move that the bill be accepted in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the Insurance Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of the long and short title of the Evidence Amendment Bill 2013.
It's been moved and seconded for the acceptance of the long and short title of the Evidence Amendment Bill 2013. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of clauses 1 and 2 of the bill.
It's been moved and seconded that clauses 1 and 2 of the bill be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move that the bill be accepted in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the Evidence Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of the long and short title of the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2013.
It's been moved and seconded that the long and short title of the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted in its accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of clauses 1 through 6 of the bill. 1 through 5 of the bill.
It's been moved and seconded that clauses 1 through 5 of the bill be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move that the bill be accepted in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of the long and short title of the Supreme Court Amendment Bill 2013.
It's been moved and seconded that the long and short title of the Supreme Court Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of the first and second clauses of the bill.
It's moved and seconded that the first and second clause of the bill be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move that the bill be accepted in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the Supreme Court Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of the long and short title of the Pharmacy Amendment Bill 2013.
It's been moved and seconded that the long and short title of the Pharmacy Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of clauses 1 and 2 of the bill.
It's been moved and seconded that clauses 1 and 2 of the bill be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move that the bill be accepted in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the Pharmacy Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of the long and short title of the International Tax Cooperation Amendment Bill 2013.
It's been moved and seconded that the long and short title of the International Tax Cooperation Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of clauses 1 and 2 of the bill.
Seconded. It's been moved and seconded that clause 1 and 2 of the bill be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move that the bill be accepted in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the International Tax Cooperation Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of the long and short title of the Segregated Accounts Companies Amendment Bill 2013.
It's been moved and seconded that the long and short title of the Segregated Accounts Companies Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of clauses 1 through 8 of the bill.
It's been moved and seconded that clauses 1 through 8 of the bill be accepted. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
I move the acceptance of the bill in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the Segregated Accounts Companies Amendment Bill 2013 be accepted in its entirety. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the President will take the chair.
It's been moved and seconded that the President take the chair. Those in favor, aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The President will take the chair. President, the Committee of the Whole has gone through 10 bills without amendment.
Honorable Senators, third reading and passing of bills.
Madam President, I move for the third reading and passing of the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Bill 2013.
Second.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to provide for the conduct and regulation of stem cell research and therapy in the Bahamas and for connected purposes be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposes nay. The ayes have it, and it is now ordered that this bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to provide for the conduct and regulation of stem cell research and therapy in the Bahamas and for connected purposes.
It is ordered now that this bill do pass, and that the short title thereof be the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Act 2013.
Madam President, I move for the third reading and passing of the National Training Agency Bill 2013.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to establish the National Training Agency to develop a competency-based training and job placement system and for connected purposes be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposes nay. Ordered that this bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to establish the National Training Agency to develop a competency-based training and job placement system and for connected purposes.
This bill now passes, and the short title thereof declared to be the National Training Agency Act 2013.
Madam President, I rise for the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers nay. Ordered now that the bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act.
This bill is now passed, and the short title thereof declared to be the International Business Company Act 2013.
Madam President, I rise for the third reading and passage of a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act to provide for the indemnification by the commission of a liquidator.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act to provide for the indemnification by the commission of a liquidator be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposes nay. The ayes have it. It is ordered now that this bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act to provide for the indemnification by the commission of a liquidator.
This bill is now passed, and the short title thereof declared to be the Insurance Amendment Act 2013.
Madam President, I rise for the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposed is nay. Ordered that this bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act.
This bill is now passed, and the short title thereof is declared the Evidence Amendment Act 2013.
Madam President, I rise for the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act to provide for the use of live television link in criminal proceedings and to abolish the use of unsworn statements from the dock by accused persons in the magistrate's court.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act to provide for the use of live television link in criminal proceedings and to abolish the use of unsworn statements from the dock by accused persons in the magistrate's court be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. The ayes have it. Ordered now that this bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act to provide for the use of live television links in criminal proceedings and to abolish the use of unsworn statements from the dock by accused persons in the magistrate's court.
This bill is now passed, and the short title thereof declared to be the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 213 Act.
Madam President, I rise for the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase in the number of justices.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase in the number of justices be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. The ayes have it. Ordered now that this bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase in the number of justices.
This bill now passes, and the short title thereof declared to be the Supreme Court Amendment Act 2013.
Madam President, I rise for the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Pharmacy Act and for connected purposes.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Pharmacy Act and for connected purposes be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. The ayes have it. It is now ordered that this bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Pharmacy Act and for connected purposes.
This bill is now passed, and the short title thereof is declared to be the Pharmacy Amendment Act 2013.
Madam President, I rise for the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the International Tax Cooperation Act.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the International Tax Cooperation Act be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. The ayes have it, and it is ordered now that this bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the International Tax Cooperation Act.
This bill is now passed, and the short title thereof declared to be the International Tax Cooperation Amendment Act 2013.
Madam President, it is my distinct pleasure to rise for the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Segregated Accounts Companies Act.
It is moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Segregated Accounts Companies Act be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor should say aye. Opposers, nay. It is ordered that this bill be now read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Segregated Accounts Companies Act.
This bill is now passed, and the short title thereof is declared to be the Segregated Accounts Companies Amendment Act, 2013.
No further third readings, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Government Leader. And continuing in our order of business, consideration of House amendments, resolutions.
Madam President, we have two resolutions. May I just read the first and last paragraph of both? Madam President, the first resolution is, whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, hereinafter called the Treasurer, a corporation sole established under Section 4.1 of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, Revised Statute Law of the Bahamas, 2000, hereinafter called the said Act, is seized in fee simple in trust for Her Majesty and right of her government of the said Commonwealth for public purposes of the hereditaments described in the schedule hereto, hereinafter called the said hereditaments. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5.3a of the said Act, this House approves the conveyance by the Treasurer to the purchaser of the said hereditaments for the sum of $10 in the said currency. Madam President, the second resolution has the same first paragraph, so may I read the panels? Now therefore be resolved that pursuant to Section 5.3a of the said Act, this House approves the conveyance by the Treasurer to the purchaser of the said hereditaments for the sum of $10 in the said currency. Madam President, both of these resolutions are for the provision of homes for judges. It is a conveyance to the National Insurance Board, Madam President, so that the National Insurance Board may renovate the homes that exist currently on Prospect Ridge and Sanford Drive, so that judges may occupy those homes, most especially the Chief Justice and the President in the first instance, and other homes thereafter, as had occurred in the past under the previous PLP administration, Madam President. They're very beautiful old Bahamian homes. And Madam President, I so move.
Seconded, Madam President.
The following resolutions have been moved and seconded. Whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, hereinafter called the Treasurer Corporation Sole, established under Section 4.1 of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, Revised Statute Laws of the Bahamas, 2000, hereinafter called the said Act, is seized in fee simple in trust for Her Majesty in right of her government of the said Commonwealth for public purposes of the hereditaments described in the schedule hereto, hereinafter called the said hereditaments. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5.3a of the said Act, this House approves the conveyance by the Treasurer to the purchaser of the said hereditaments for the sum of $10 in the said currency. And the second resolution reads in like terms. The resolutions have been explained by the government leader for the government business in this place, and at this time then all who are in favor of the resolutions being passed say aye. Aye. Opposers nay. The ayes have it, and the resolutions have now been approved. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings.
Madam President, I rise to give notice that it is my intention upon the adjournment to move that the business of the Senate be adjourned sine die.
Orders for clerk. Adjournment.
Madam President, as I rise to move the adjournment, I do want to note the passing of 4 persons in particular. I'm frequently called sexist. They happen to be all women. First is Nurse Lottie Tynes, the mother of our clerk, Mr. Maurice Tynes. The second is Mrs. Roach Joan, Mrs. Cheryl Gomez, and Lady Sheila Butler. Madam President, Mrs. Tynes, Nurse Tynes, lived to be, as we say in common parlance, and if I could be forgiven for using it, because it is so important and apt in her, in every example, but most especially now for these purposes in hers, she lived to have a ripe old age. And Madam President, I can still see that elegant woman with a smiling face as she went about her business on putting the red cross on the map of the Bahamas and in the minds of every Bahamian. I don't know whether people remember the Red Cross Fair and the raffle and Mrs. Tynes working so closely hand in hand with Lady Pinling, Dame Marguerite, in the fundraising efforts. That we take these things for granted today, and we mustn't, and I can't allow the opportunity to pass, to allow people to recall and to record the tremendous amount of work. And you know, we have to remember that people don't have to volunteer. This isn't, this is a labor of love. We speak about, today we've spoken so much about a dream and patriotism and national service, and certainly she epitomized that. And so I want to mark her passing, extend condolences to our beloved clerk and his family on the passing of his dear mother, and ask that her soul may rest in peace. Madam President, I also extend condolences to the Roach family. It wasn't so long ago that we were extending condolences in relation to the death of Canon Roach. Mrs. Roach has now passed. For those of you who did not know Mrs. Roach, most of us know her children, their children, and they say by their fruit you shall know them. And Carol, Marie, Melanie, and I'm at that age. Lord forgive me. I can see her face right now, living in Grand Bahama. The sisters are all in Abaco. Michelle, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. All living, all making wonderful contributions to the Bahamas. This didn't just jump into them. They got it from their parents. And so we want to, again, say thank you for all of the, I can remember when Holy Cross was under a tent in Regency Park. And this Father Roach starting at young Father Roach and Mrs. Roach. Why are you laughing? I found that old age. The whole Regency Park neighborhood, the Finleysons and the Williamses, the Bartletts, everybody. And Mrs. Roach, we forget so much, a quiet woman, ostensibly, but you know, when someone is a pioneer like Father Roach is, he can only have been successful with the support of his wife. Yes. And again, I mark her passing, and may her soul rest in peace. Madam President, you spoke earlier of Cheryl Gomez. This is another family, the Burke family, who have made wonderful contributions to this country. Cheryl was a pioneer in the insurance industry, setting the wonderful example of how women can succeed in business. She did it quietly, she did it graciously, she did it with dignity. And certainly, Madam President, as we look in this 40th year of our independence at persons who have walked this, in this Bahama land, and quietly made their mark. History will record that Cheryl Gomez is one of those. We extend our sympathy to her husband, Paul Andy, and their children. And may her soul rest in peace. Amen. And finally, Madam President, I mentioned the passing of Lady Sheila Butler, the wife of one of our Bahamian heroes. You know, we look at Sir Arlington Butler and we think of him only as a politician. Sir Arlington started his national service as a teacher. And as you look at Sir Arlington, we may not recognize that he was an extraordinary high jumper as well. An extraordinary one. He was. And he was an athlete. And a high jumper, that's not easy. And that was in the days when they had a different method of jumping as well. So he was a pioneer. And again, Lady Butler, again, in so many ways, building many, many charities, including the Red Cross. Quietly developing a family, quietly supporting her husband, and being a role model for Bahamians. May she rest in peace, and we extend sympathy to Sir Arlington and their family. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the business of the Senate to adjourn sine die.
Seconded, Madam President.
On the motion for adjournment, I also, on behalf of us all, accept the gracious condolences as extended by Madam Government Leader. It is moved and seconded now that the business of this chamber stands adjourned sine die. As many as are in favor should say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It is so ordered.
Sorry, Madam President. It would be remiss of me not to. May I, Madam President? Before you do order. Madam President, on a day like this, when we sat straight through from 10 until 3 doing the people's business, it would be remiss of me, Madam President, if I didn't acknowledge the clerks who are here assisting us, and also, Madam President, acknowledge the graciousness and dignity with which you have presided in this chamber, allowing the people of the business, the people's business, the people of the Bahamas' business, to be so effectively and efficiently done. Thank you, clerks. Thank you, Madam President, for your graciousness and dignity, as usual, in the way that you preside over this place.
Thank you to all, and we now stand adjourned sine die.
That ends debate here in the Senate, a lot shorter than we expected. We thought maybe they might go tomorrow, but again, there is no opposition, and so the government was able to move through its agenda the way that they wanted. Of course, there are 10 bills that were passed in the Senate today, as they say, health, of course, stem cell research and therapy, national development, the National Training Agency bill, and crime, 3 of the very important areas, the Criminal Procedure Code, the Supreme Court Act to get the additional judges, Criminal Procedure Code to allow for video testimony and the removal of unsworn testimony from accused persons. And so, again, the government able to move through its agenda, and of course pointing out, as one would expect, that the F&M opposition was not here today. The Senator Greg Burrs, who we know from Freedom Farm and the work he's done with young people, specifically baseball, referred to their visit to the House of Assembly, and he thought that the F&M should apologize to the Bahamian people and to those youngsters, and Waltia Roll, who is the first Bahamian drafted into the NBA, for detracting from their moment of glory as it were. But again, straightforward debate today. Government leader in the Senate, the Honorable Allison Maynard Gibson, explaining as best she could, commended for it afterwards by the President, stem cells and what people ought to expect from any regime that she again pointed out will be internationally recognized, will meet international best standards, talking about President of University of Miami, Donna Shalala, former Health and Human Services Secretary, and the former U.S. President Bill Clinton, and the fact that those persons involved in stem cell, those committees and oversight committees, more than anything else, have their own reputations to be concerned about. And so, as not only Senator Gibson, but many of the other senators who contributed today pointed out, this is something that will cause a new day to happen for the Bahamas. And as someone pointed out, totally new frontier. Again, an area where we can have new Bahamian involvement. Bahamian scientists will have some place to practice their craft, to learn, and of course to develop treatments that, again, as someone pointed out, will benefit the entire world. Again, National Training Agency Bill, stem cell research, criminal procedure code, among 10 bills passed, as well as 2 resolutions to transfer ownership of 2 judges' residence on Sanford Drive and Prospect Ridge to the National Insurance Board. They will be used ostensibly in the first instance for the Chief Justice and President of the Court of Appeal. And Senator Keith Bell with a long presentation on the detention center and some 14, 15 recommendations that he said were made years ago and were ignored by the F&M administration, that the PLP is now moving to enact so that the conditions would be improved at the detention center. Again, debate concluded here today in the Senate. 10 bills passed as well as 2 resolutions. The House, of course, is still out. And a correction about the House, Leader of the Opposition, the member for Kalani, Dr. Hubert Minnis, suspended for 2 sittings of the House, which would include the sitting in which he was suspended. So his suspension has been served now, so when the House returns on the 2nd of October, the Leader of the Opposition should be there. And so that's it for us here at the Senate. On behalf of the entire team here, I'm Anthony Newbold. Hopefully, we will see you back here on the 2nd of October.